find out how they stand away from their family members, their kids, or their wives, or their spouses. Caution and ask to just continue to be with them and their families to bless their homes so they can be healthy from the work. Caution and ask is be with the workers out there, especially the ones that are working around the COVID hours, the company on energy. Ask to continue with the frontline workers, our law enforcement, child protection, our counselors out there that give themselves every day that go without recognition, but remind them that you know that they're going to do they are working with you. Caution and ask us continue to be with our managers that we were presenting today. Caution and ask the work that they do for the community also to give the drink that they bring here, and they can get their issues resolved with the help of leadership. Ask this in a humble way, in a good way. Please, passion. Help God help us.
Here.
With that, I'm going to turn it over to Derek.
Thank you, Tribal Leadership, for allowing me to come with this issue this morning. Yesterday, the owner that we used to aid and mail to the Buffalo Farm started on fire. Shirley and her crew came up, they don't like good at all. They did take pictures, they brought the insurance name of Arnold and all of that, they wait for the insurance adjuster and all that stuff to come. Worked with Karen and Charlene, if we can get a motion to purchase a banner not to exceed $30,000 for local management and leasing them at a 20 store. That's all the procurement we need and they solicit by non-competitive proposal to find a lease dealer. They're really on the ground. Charlene and Stacey are very concerned. We can't let that pay way too long before it looks bad. It has to be certain places to contact and all that. So we really need to get a dealer as soon as possible. Stacey said we're all halfway through cut and bailing, but we need that ASAP.
Go ahead, Jan.
Commissioner, so the staff is all sick.
Yes, Stacey was able to get the tractor out. It was a close call. We said he had trouble getting it out, but he got it out, got the tractor safe. But we are
He's already here together. He's not going to
No, he's a pretty strong dude. So he's been raising laws. He knows what he's doing.
I just wanted to make sure that staff was safe and that the equipment. I don't know how we work on making sure that it's safe. I suppose those accidents are nothing you can do.
It sounded like the belts were heated and it was really hot yesterday. Yeah.
So I think we've been doing these to accommodate the policy with the $35,000. So you have that in your budget?
Yes, I did bring my FRX. I can show you more than that amount. We budget on it, but I think it works.
So move on today and I got them. Second, what he's asking. Question Rollins.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, leadership for being kind of very budget company that came up with this program. If we don't have emergency management, we're these guys now. But that's our protection. With emergency management with me.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for your time. Sorry, but I've had an old for months. I'm still dealing with that. I did test yesterday with my own unit, so. The child protection program recently was awarded the lunch unloading for our office, and it's our understanding, and it is in the Murdoch prior to yesterday, that the drug court, the new drug court that's coming, is going to take our suite. So we need to hustle and get out of our suite and get into the new building, and we're not allowed to take any of the furniture that we have currently in our suite because that came with building. So I am requesting a motion to purchase office furniture for the lunch unloading for us, not to exceed $40,000. also requesting a motion to allot 10,000 for the server and the cables and the phone system, the camera system for the lunchroom building. Aaron and I went through the building yesterday. Aaron commented, and we went through where all the cameras are going to be, the phone system, and we're going to, he said it's going to take not more than 10,000, but to give us a little leeway to budget 10,000 for that. The server alone is going to be 5,000. So this money would come out of our current program support that we receive. We do have some left over. I actually have 2 vacant positions in that budget, so we will utilize that money for that, for the furniture and the server and phone system, camera system. So I just need those motions. And I'm probably asking for a pie in the sky right now, but I would like to request that our space costs be waived for FY23 to allow us to establish our office. There's a lot of upgrades that need to be done to the building, and we want to be able to do that. I'm a company counsel for additional work or additional costs that we need to be done. But that would be the third motion.
Yeah, I'm gonna move. Program support, right, all three of them?
Yes, all three.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the leadership? Yeah, floor is yours.
Commissioner Allen, I make that motion on the 40,000 actually.
Yes.
So moved by Lynn Sharps. Is there a second? Second by Suzie. Question by Curtis.
Well, Mr. Chairman, can you ask if Eddie Johnson's on the phone? He said he's on the phone, but I don't know which one of those is him.
Eddie, is that you? Yeah, Eddie's on the phone.
Oh.
Whenever you're ready, we're in the vote.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman, Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, members of leadership, and also going on to your second action item is up to 10,000 from IT to help her with setting up over at the lunchroom building. And you guys know we're funding source. Program support. Is there a motion? So moved by Chris. Second by Dion. Question by Mr. Adams.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman,
Mr. Vice Chair, he and A.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, members of council. Going on to the third action item. And that comes to waive, once again, your space cost. But, yeah, so yours.
Commissioner in Berlin, in the past, how is that work? Is it just a motion? Because I know that, behavioral health, if we do that in the past,
I don't recall if that was a motion or just an administrative decision.
It's something we need for the renovation starting off the renovation of the upkeep of the building,
Well, there was a time where youth didn't pay space costs, they paid their own bills. So I don't know how that decision was made.
Council, we would be, if we're allowed to do waive that cost for this FY23, we would have a good idea for FY24 because the building is heated by electric, and we would know what the cost would, our water, sewer, what we would have a good idea of what that cost would be a year. And then we would be willing to pay the property taxes on that facility if we are allowed to waive the space cost for FY23. We would maintain that building.
Okay. Good, John, so,
I just, that includes space costs that includes like snow removal, so you guys are going to be responsible for that too by yourselves.
What is that?
Your snow removal,
Okay.
all of that, like your lawn maintenance,
Okay.
that's all included in that.
So,
I can't see you out there shoving your head. Go ahead, Jen.
we can't keep snow on the shady shoes.
Yeah.
So the only thing maybe what we could do is, if you guys could discuss it administratively, and you could bring a recommendation to us next time we meet. I think what we should do is just want to make sure that administratively that, that's
That's fine, too. If you go, Christine, she could be in this week, but Monday, try to go over instead of the agenda for the executive.
Okay. All right.
We will have something on record.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Be well. Make sure you take care of yourself. All right, members of the council. Here's the line that I'm playing my report on record. Because I know we'll wait for time. I know Greg Maxwell, he has, if you guys have your computers too, he has those issues that he can be bringing in his report that he needs council action on. You guys got a copy of my report that was handed out yesterday? Yeah, the month of July was filled with a lot of stuff that was going on. Big pilot for the 115th annual 4th of July activity was very successful. I'd like to thank the House Committee and the town employees that assisted me with what we did with that. All the hard work from the yeah, 150. I usually do that to remind that nothing is perfect, so sometimes I'm glad that you caught that. But I thought it was pretty good. Who did the trash or all that stuff? But they cleaned that area really quick, and they kept it. And so I spent some time out there, and here's some good stuff. So going for next year. One topic that I want to bring up, and I want to remind that Curtis and also Sue, Brandon, went along with me in the private city. I know some of you guys wanted to go along, but you guys had other meetings that was happening, so you could make it with us. We talked about a weekly update of medical expansion and NMD, which will be on the South Dakota ballot in November. The Indian healthcare system is chronically underfunded. This limits the services they are able to provide to tribal members. The federal government has a treaty obligation to our people to provide healthcare. Medical expansion will help offset costs, generate revenue, and designate more federal dollars for providing desperately needed health coverage for citizens of tribal nations, including the Toledo. In the states where Medicaid expansion has already been passed, tribal healthcare facilities have been benefited significantly. A great example of this is the Black Sheep Nation of Montana. Medicaid expansion, 15,288 of their became insured. This generated 174,400 for additional health care spending for just 2 years. And Medicaid expansion will come at no cost to Indian health service and tribes. Medicaid expansion also enables tribes to have more saving limits. Best for us as our members, and thereby supporting federal sovereignty and self-determination. And again, I encourage you to get out and vote, participate in this very important issue. MMD will be the win for any country. I put that updated in our social paper that you guys got a copy to. And with that trip to Rapid City, not only for my meeting over the assurance health meeting with Chris and Brandon, that was part of that too. And there's other leadership, so we had a meeting out there to go visit some people regarding the treatment program, a new treatment facility. Mark Van Norman will be talking about that and bringing that up, and he's on agenda 11:30. And so he'd be needing some action items from council at that time. And lastly, Operation Zero Drug Task Force, including tribal council officials, continue to meet on a regular basis with law enforcement officials from the tribe, state, city, and county officials. This is a coordinated effort that will bring continued in order to apprehend drug dealers in our community and to address the pandemic of drug overdoses and eliminate the sale of illegal drugs on our reservation. We recently had several drug busts in the community and arrests and have been made. This will be an ongoing effort and will not stop. Drug dealers and pill pushers, be aware. Narcan administration for our community members is a key goal. We will continue to work and identify training needs for our providers and resources and our community members. The DARE program has been very busy providing traditional medicines and Western medicine supplies along with the groceries or a place to stay, the COVID building. The new variant has caused an upstick in the COVID numbers, and they continue to rise. Our numbers are more than what we had during the winter. So take the necessary precautions that you need to be in order to keep your family safe. Continue to practice your 3 W's. So with that, let me see once. I just want to give an update too with regarding the lights over in Long Hollow, Curtis, because we've been getting a lot of questions and concerns coming through my office too. And it's going to take some time too. Louis knows they are working on it. It's going to happen though. Getting those lights out there to light up the place, especially at nighttime. Go ahead, Curtis.
So yeah, it's been asked about at our district meetings, and I've let the housing know, and also with that law enforcement. I talked to Gary briefly about it. They're going to be doing more drive-throughs through there because of the light situation. I think they're all out, aren't they? On that new site. So they're aware of it, and I can tell them is be patient. They're going to be coming and fixing them as soon as they can get there. So thank you for that update.
Any questions or comments regarding my report, Council? All the action items that are needed through my programs, they'll get on an agenda, and you guys hear their issues and their recommendations. Go ahead, Dion, or Dallas, floor is yours.
Oh, so I just had a random memory, but me, Curtis, and Brandon met with IHS, and I was just wondering, were they able to reach out to you about our new CEO, or about hiring a new CEO?
No, nobody reached out to me yet. I know you guys met that day, and I know you said you guys had some stuff for me.
Yeah, and then that they said they'd be reaching out to your office, so We'll have to double check with that. I'm not sure if there's more information with that, Curtis.
Yeah, actually, they wanted to know if your office could draft another letter to them to get that written report that we were supposedly supposed to get from Driving Clock.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to just resubmit a letter to them and just ask for that again, they would be happy to get that for us.
Awesome.
So we can, I think
I'll
it
get
was
that
on
letter
that.
done right away because we got another draft for it. So
Okay. Yep. If you could do that, just submit it to them. They'll be waiting for it, and then they can do what they need to do. So.
I know when Dallas gave me the heads up, he said he had me a task for me, but I could have had it done that day. But I'm glad that it sounds like she's an awesome person to work with. So I'm glad you guys got to meet with her.
I think the other thing to that too was they were wondering if you would be available when they have interviews for a new CEO.
Yeah.
We were kind of suggesting all of us as a team, but they would probably recommend the less the better. So because they're gonna be like there's a process for their interviews. They're gonna pretty much take all day. So we basically said the chairman can sit in on those if they're gonna take all day.
Definitely. Yes.
So because you didn't show up, we designated you to be in on those interviews, is what I'm saying.
I do that to Louie at our United Tribes board meeting. Volunteer him. Just remind everybody, United Tribes meetings will be coming up, so the leadership. So I know Verlin reached out to you guys, so it's better to let them know now so we could cancel your guys' rooms if you're not going to go. I know Louie and I have to go because we have our meetings out there. So with that, go ahead, Dion, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make one thing on the task force. So one of the items that has been really difficult to deal with is the people that are in jail, and we've through the task force. One of the many benefits is that now we've coordinated with our healthcare service providers that we have hired in the tribe and the jail. So those individuals are going to be going in, assisting people when they're withdrawing, helping them get on the medications that improve those withdrawal symptoms. So that's a huge, just that connection alone is worth it, because that detox withdrawal period is so arduous that it's scary. It's really scary. So that I wanted to just make that that connection has been made, and those services will be additional to our tribal members that are in jail. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. I appreciate it. Members of the council, make sure you pass out my reports in your guys' district meetings so everybody's aware of these program reports. And if not, I know it takes a lot of printing and copies, so at least my copperhead. That concludes my report that I want to get on record. So moved by Ms. Swim. Second by Dion. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
What is it for? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I know it's hard for you to hear on that side. On deck, Mr. Vice Chair, we got Planning Department, the Department of Transportation, and THPO after that. So with that, Matt, whenever you're ready, we already got the mic on for you. I think Council has a copy of your report too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Tribal Council. I believe that there is a memo that is in hard copy someplace on the desks. It contains 5 action items, and also the first 3 action items on that memo are upcoming deadlines for Treasury programs. These are non-competitive Treasury funding programs. However, they do require the tribe to make an application, and the planning department can certainly submit the necessary and required application materials by the appropriate deadlines.
Okay, I'm going to go with your first action item, Mr. Thompson. Tribal application for the coronavirus capital project fund. Any questions or comments coming from leadership with Mr. Thompson for that, number 1?
Motion to approve.
So moved by Dion. Second by Dallas. Question by Curtis.
Yes.
Vote yours, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. Mr. Vice Chair, go on to your number 2 action item, tribal application for the State Small Business Credit Initiative.
Yes. So these are action items number 2 and 3. Steve Gunn, our special counsel, has just drafted up a resolution. And so these 2 motions will be placed into a resolution for an application that's due on September 1st.
So any questions or comments? Go ahead, Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, do we need to have or can we just approve these without the resolution present? Would that be okay? I know.
Matt.
Go ahead. Or who is that?
That was Steve.
Okay, go ahead, Steve.
Good morning, Tribal Council, and good morning, Matt. I recommend that you run 3 votes, 1 on each of the motions, and then run a 3rd vote on the resolution.
Thanks, Mr. Gunn, for that clarification. Go ahead, Curtis. You guys must not in communication?
Yeah.
You and Steve?
I didn't get a chance to touch base with him this morning, so I'll make that motion on number 2.
So moved by Curtis. Second by Dallas. Question by Susie.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, number 3.
Yeah, this motion is a part of the same program, and this would enable the tribe to also seek a grant for technical assistance.
Motion.
So moved by Kakiza Haska. Second by Yagapta. Question by Tokanoa.
Yes.
Yes, for me, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to number 4, your action item for tribal application for local assistance and tribal consistency fund program.
Yes, this is a new program. The Treasury had I suppose they rolled it out for tribes and had a call on August 1st, which was a few weeks ago. I believe that this program just requires the tribe to make a pay request, and the funds will be received in 2 tranches. The total amount is probably between 2 and 3 million, according to other tribes of similar size, and these funds can be used by the tribe for the recent guidelines have made it pretty clear that these funds can be used for just about anything as long as it meets the Treasury requirements.
Any questions or comments come from leadership?
Motion.
Clarification?
Second.
So moved by Curtis, second by Dion. Is there a question? Question by Amy Swin.
Curtis Bissonnette? Yes. Brandon Adams? Yes. Dallas Owen? Yes. David Amos? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman?
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, members of council, move on to number 5, the Tribal Small Business and Nonprofit Economic Relief Grant Program.
Yes, this is a part of,
Go ahead, Dallas.
I guess I'm already jumping the gun. I think I just want to double check. Is this our allocation that we presented to you guys?
yes, this is the tribal one that was passed in a resolution back in October of 2000, I think last fall.
21.
Okay. And then, Mr. Vice Chair, I know yesterday you had some comments about this. I know you can't quite hear very well, but are you able to talk about this right away?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just can't hear the recording secretary.
Oh, okay. So, I just want to double check. The motion we just last passed will allocate additional monies to the tribe for potentially economic development. You said as long as it falls within the Treasury guidelines, so that's that potential that we just passed. And I do know in conversations with the vice chair, and then Louis was present at the time too, is that the council made a motion for school close money, and unfortunately we have to use ARPA funds, but as you all know, all our ARPA funds were already allocated. So I guess I'm just going to throw that out there right away, Mr. Vice Chair, is between the last motion and this motion, which would be best to cover that allocation for the school close?
The motion says for me to find a funding source, and that's the only place I can find a funding source. And I talked with Steve, and the only way we could do it is if we would obligate the funds with small business.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Go ahead, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was a lot of people that put a lot of work into this, and, I hope that we can have further conversation with the Vice Chairman regarding this, but I also think that, there are other line items that we can take that out of, and I think we can maybe visit on that at a later date. This has been a lot of time, and to get into the technicalities of which funding source, I think if NME School is really concerned about that, he went to rush through several items that weren't in that original planning session without consulting about the funding source. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve this because it's already been allocated, and then we'll let the Vice Chairman and our Planning Director fuss about the funding source. Thank you.
Okay, members of council and the listening audience out there. Number 5, the Small Tribal Business and Nonprofit Economic Relief Grant Program, moves by Dion. Is there a second? Second by Curtis. And just remind everybody, we have a listening audience out there, so when we speak, make sure your mic is on. Calling for a question. No question, call for vote.
Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette?
Yes.
Brandon Adams? Everybody else? Dallas Owen? David Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Tribal Vice Chairman?
Tribal Vice Chair, your vote. Thank you, Council and Execs. Anything else, Mr. Thompson?
I think that's about it. Steve, did we have anything else in the resolution that needed to be submitted for the council's approval?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I had my microphone muted. I'd like to share my screen if I can and just put the resolution up, which for the SSBCI applications, Treasury wants a resolution authorizing the application and designating an implementing
Mr.
agency. And
Mr. Gunn? Oh, sorry.
Let's see.
Oh, there, we got it now.
Okay, I think it's up on the screen, and the title of it is Resolution to Authorize the Submission of Applications for Funding from the U.S. Treasury Department under the State Small Business Credit Initiative, SSBCI, and to designate the Planning Department of the Sisseton Wahpeton Oyate as the implementing agency. And in the be it resolved clauses, it says, now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council of the Sisseton Wahpeton Oyate of the Lake Traverse Reservation hereby authorizes the submission of one or more applications to the United States Treasury Department for funding from SSBCI, including but not limited to applications for funding through the SSBCI capital programs and the SSBCI Technical Assistance Grant Program, and be it further resolved that the Tribal Council hereby authorizes the chairman of the tribe to execute and deliver the necessary documents relative to the submission of the applications and later acceptance of the funding amounts, and be it further resolved that the Tribal Council hereby designates the Planning Department of the Sisseton Wahpeton Oyate to serve as the implementing agency for and on behalf of the tribe for the SSBCI programs, including but not limited to the SSBCI capital programs and the SSBCI Technical Assistance Grant Program. And I would recommend that the council formally vote to adopt this resolution.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Curtis. Second by Dallas. Question by Susie.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Dallas Owen. David Amos. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Tribal Vice Chairman. Someone's got to have
Mr. Vice Chair, your vote.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, members of council, do you have any questions for Mr. Thompson? Hear none, see none. Is there a motion to approve the planning department report? So moved by Dion,
Second.
second by Curtis. Question by Dallas.
Dion Crawford. Yes. Curtis Bissonnette. Yes. Brandon Adams. Yes. Dallas Owen. Yes. David Amos. Yes. Louis Johnson. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman.
Sorry, go ahead.
Tribal Vice Chairman.
Eddie, your vote?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, members of council and leadership. Appreciate it.
Thank you, council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I just want to mention to the council too, I just want to give my hats off to Mr. Thompson, and she's coming up next to Tamara for representing us in South Dakota on our transportation and our, I hear good things up there in North Dakota that you guys are being part of too, so we appreciate the work that you guys do. Department of Transportation.
Mr. Chairman, I'm presenting that, I can do that whenever. So I've got to take camera first.
Yeah, I'll take Mr. St. John. All right, Tamara, we'll make sure your mic is on because we do have a listening audience out there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good morning, council. I am here for the Carlisle resolution, And I'm not sure if you all had seen it. It's information that I'm sure has been in front of all of us. The most recent, and just for our listening audience, I'll explain that the Carlisle repatriation of our two children, Amos Laframboise and Edward Upright, has been delayed until the upcoming year. They sent a denial letter for repatriation this year, and it has allowed us to look at the problems that are in place, and in consultation with the Association, American Indian Association Affairs. They are the people that work with repatriation, international repatriation, as well as just recently NARF, the attorneys with NARF, Native American Rights Fund. To have their attention on this issue is really phenomenal. And to see their response in the most recent Zoom meeting that we had with them, I'm very encouraged that they would like to take on this issue. And the resolution speaks to that. The issue is essentially that NAGPRA should apply.
Floor is open for discussion. First one is Dallas and Dion, going in order. Floor is yours.
So I know that Berlin just sent it out this morning, but I just finished reading that, and it's a very excellent resolution, and so I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Motion made by Dallas, second by Dion. But go ahead, Dion, you had a question or comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the things that I want to just let you know, when I was in D.C., we had a meeting with Representative Betty McCollum from Minnesota. She's the chair of the Defense Subcommittee, and when we discussed the situation and the funding and all of those intricate pieces that probably are not very important to the federal employees that are handling this, but are essential to us as a tribe, when we discussed those, she was very empathetic, and I know that Mr. Van Norman was going to get her a letter, or draft a letter for chairman's signature regarding all of those pieces. So if we could keep that communication going, not only with her, but the other members of that committee, I think it would be really important. She was very interested and asked for more information. Of course, in those meetings, you're time limited, and you're there with Chairman Frazier and Chairman Killer, and you have to divide your time. So I didn't have very much time to discuss with her. But if you would be so kind as to assist us in keeping that communication going, that would be very important at this juncture. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if I can respond. Absolutely. I can provide for her what I provided for all of the senators, basically a compilation of the background of the issue itself, and then a bit of an update. So we have our senators and representatives from North and South Dakota tracking this, as well as the Native American boarding school healing, and I think it's reconciliation organization. And so we have all of these entities combined into one now with this issue, and it would be easy to anybody that you speak to that you want to ensure that they're in the loop on this. I want to be clear with this resolution. What we're hoping to do with the Native American Rights Fund is to initiate a lawsuit against the Department of Defense for the purposes of enforcing NAGPRA, Native American Graves and Repatriation Act. The idea that NAGPRA does not apply to our children and our graves there, I think, is very important, and it's something that the Native American Boarding School Coalition, as well as other tribes, are watching, because it's something that has been problematic, and as we move into other boarding schools, this is just the beginning. So as we move into this, Carlisle is unique because it is an active military base. It's the Carlisle Army War College, and so they're asserting military policy, cemetery policy over our children. And what that does is it limits how much they will provide in funding, and it really defines each family as one person next of kin. It doesn't take into account our want as a whole, tribe and tribes with Spirit Lake, to bring our children home in a way that's respectful and recognizes our cultural protocols. So I think that that is huge, and those are provisions that are under NAGPRA already. And it's something that I think is really, there's enough evidence within, is my opinion, within the history of what's gone on with them to show that, you know, the lack of, we did not have a say in this as far as enforcing military cemetery policy over our children. Our children are not GIs. They don't even have a social security number. They died like Amos 1879. So NAGPRA really is the policy that should be followed. And I believe that there's plenty of other attorneys that feel that. So that's the goal with this resolution. The second part of it would be a letter of request to NARF to begin, you know, taking this on and begin the investigative portion of it. I want to be clear also that this is not something that's going to bring immediate action, but we also talked about how to best bring this forward. And there are steps involved in that. So we'll be updating you as we move through this, and look for additional Zoom meeting invites for this.
Question?
Question by Curtis.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Louis Johnson. Leon Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette.
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman.
Mr. Vice Chair? Mr. Vice Chair, your vote? Thank you. Thank you, Council, for supporting the resolution brought by Tamara, and your continued work towards this very important issue, along with Spirit Lake. Thank you, Tamara.
Thank you. If I could have just a minute to explain what the Tribal Archives is doing with planning. The Tribal Archives, under the National Endowment Grant that we received, that is really, in the course of my working with the tribe, the support that we're receiving from the planning department is critical. It has been the most progress I think we've made with their help. So the National Endowment Grant is essentially for the inventory, and I'm going to utilize it as a needs assessment as we move into the planning stages for a museum or visitor center. The archives, libraries, tribal museums, or ATALM, annual conference, and they're an organization that works with granting along with IMLS and others. I've developed a working relationship with them for some time now, but now I have received a full fellowship and scholarship to attend and begin a portion of their program that allows for the planning of a museum. So some of those elements, you know, will be happening as we move forward with this too. So we're working closely with planning, and the idea, of course, is to define everything that's needed. What they're looking for is that if we were ideally have a set plan in place at the particular time when funding is available to begin that construction. So to have the needs assessment, the inventory, and all of those things, as well as things, for example, like we are looking at the development of how do we engage the community for feedback, and how we develop a museum planning board for that communication and things of that sort. So there'll be more information coming to you on that. Okay? All right.
Okay, thank you, Tamara. Appreciate it.
Motion to approve.
So moved by Dion to approve the TIPO report.
Second.
Second by Curtis. Question, Brandon.
Leon Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Brandon Adams, Dallas Owen, Dave Liddy,
Yes, sir, Chairman.
Louis Johnson,
Yes, that's a yes.
Chairman.
Thank you, Council and Mr. Vice Chair. And just remind everybody too that we have people that are online too to give the reports. I know Dr. Johnson, I see her, she's on deck. So I'm gonna turn it over to Verlin for the transportation report. You guys have a copy, so there's his motion numbers. I think the action items are 4 of them.
Okay, Cliff said he handed out that report on your desk last week.
Okay, Tribal Council, the first action, Cliff is requesting, and Cliff is out of town, that's why I'm presenting the report. It pertains to BIA Route 12 graveling maintenance project. SWO received a proposal from SWO Tribal Roads for the haul and placement of the gravel along BIA 12. Also, the SWO gravel program will supply the gravel from the Owl Lake gravel pit. First motion requested to approve the proposal from SWO Tribal Roads and the supply request from SWO gravel program for the preventative maintenance graveling of BIA 12 utilizing the CRRSAA COVID relief funding and the SWO Tribal Chairman signature authority on all documents.
There you go, Mr. Council.
So moved.
Dallas, floor is yours.
Second.
But I recognize Curtis is a motion, second by Dallas, but the question coming from Dallas, floor is yours. Calling for a question. Question by Brandon.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Brandon Adams, Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Tribal Vice Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council. Mr. Vice Chairman, going on to action item number 2, that's going to be the SWO DOT project task order, mods.
Okay, Council, this pertains to adding extra culverts for the BIA 2 construction. Everybody's been familiar with that. It's been going on for a while. But there were some unforeseen costs that came up in the construction and of that project. So the requested motion is to approve the KLJ task order amendments BIA 2 reconstruction, Josh Bazina Tribal School Pathway Project, RIFDS inventory update project, and BIA 3, 5, and 7 crack and chip seal project, with each respective federally funded TTP budget modification and tribal chairman signature authority.
Okay, members of the Council, there's your action motion number 2. Dallas, floor is yours. So moved by Dallas. Second by Brandon. Question by Susie.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonnette, Brandon Adams,
Tribal Vice Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Mr. Vice Chair. Moving on to number 3, the BIA 711 reconstruction project.
so the work change directive number 1 will be replacing the inlet pipe to the storm water retention pond. So requested motion to approve work change order directive number 1 and change order with federally funded
DOT budget mod as presented by SWO DOT and requesting chairman's signature authority on all documents.
So moved by Curtis. Second by Brendan. Question by Emily Swim.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Adams, Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Mr. Vice Chair. Moving on to our last action item. Just giving Dr. Johnson a heads up. You're on right after this with the Education Office, so get ready. This is going to be our last one for transportation.
Okay, the request pertains to BIA 3, 5, and 7 crack and chip seal project. Change order number 2. The change order will be to add the vacuum sweeping through the agency village area. This will ensure the chips will not get into the catch basins through this stretch. So motion will be to approve the change order number 2 for vacuum sweeping for the BIA 3, 5, and 7 crack and chip seal project and SWO DOT federally funded budget modification with tribal chairman's signature authority on all documents.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved by Curtis. Second by Dallas. Question by Brendan.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Adams. Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Execs. Is there a motion to approve the transportation report presented by Vernon? So moved by Curtis. Second by Brandon. Question. Was that all Dallas? You're yawning, so.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed. Thank you, Chairman Council.
Sorry, Dr. Johnson, I'm looking for your report. Okay, got it. Members of the council, she did give you guys a hard copy of her report. So if you could geek that out, then whenever you're ready, Dr. Johnson, just remind just to speak clear because we do have a listening audience, and I appreciate you giving your report from your desk to keep everybody safe as our COVID numbers are up there. Floor is yours, Dr. Johnson.
Sorry, Council, I couldn't unmute.
Floor is yours, Dr.
Okay.
Johnson.
Okay, do you see my screen now?
Yes, we see your screen.
Okay, so I amended the action items, and I just want to say thank you, Council, for your time today. Our schools are definitely getting ready to start. Open house in Summit is tonight, and they start school on Monday, and they're the first ones. And from there, it's just almost daily another school starts after that. So it's coming fast, and I listened to the conversation about school clothes and keep pushing that forward there. I also would like to mention that I will be pushing out some things via email on divisive concepts that are coming out, some information coming out from the South Dakota Department of Education. And they are gathering comments. So I'm going to prepare them and put some links out there, and we will be asking people for comments on those different guidelines. But none of them sound very good to me, but we will look and see what it all is about. I just received a copy yesterday, and I haven't had a chance to prepare it, but look forward to that in your emails. Also, I'm still working with ACLU. Our resolution is still with it legal, so we didn't get to submit that. I did let them know that Tribal Council did support that, and that our comments and the presentation paper that they sent up to Geneva has been submitted now. And so that's just an update on those things. And then I'd like to, I brought and forwarded the invite to Gabe Kompeska, and he is here Superintendent Kompeska is here to present the Teospazina Tribal School Charter.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. On this past summer, on July 12th and 13th, we had a board retreat, and it was due diligent that we look at our charter and make some revisions. I think the charter and bylaws were never revisited since the inception back in the early 90s and late 80s. So we made some revisions, and we feel it's a very, very good working document to collaborate with Tribal Council. And the charter, I gave a copy to Sherry, Dr. Johnson, with all the signatures. It was approved on August 1st, and it was signed last night at our regular board meeting. So I'd like to present it to council and have your approval also for the charter and bylaws.
Okay, floor is open for council.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Amy Swim. Second by Susie from Iagapta. Question from Louis Johnson from Buffalo Lake. Yes, sir, for the revised charter for Teospazina.
That will be the charter and bylaws, Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. Before I call for a vote, Vernon, Dion had a question or comment. Go ahead, Dion, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that one of the things that we had discussed was that in every other, or most other boards, that the ex officio member was also the chair, because then that allowed the districts to have an equal voice and an equal say and an equal vote. Is that, I haven't gotten a chance to read through this, is that consistent here?
Chairman, all members have a vote.
Yes.
Who's the chair of the board in this document?
Jerry Eastman. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Yes, we heard it, Jerry Eastman.
So yes, Chairman, Councilwoman, the chair does get a vote.
Lake Travis,
All
floor is still
districts
yours.
are represented.
So if there's what place then does the ex officio have?
He's our liaison for council to bring information to council that as a board we would give a direction, so that if there was an issue with something dealing with the community, or if it was a COVID related issue, we would like to streamline those communications, and our ex officio would be that person.
Also, they would advocate for education, I would hope.
Okay, thank you, Dion. Call for vote, Vernon.
Yes.
Trouble, Vice Chair, your vote. Mr. Vice Chair. Vernon, he must be walking in the building or something. Thank you, Council. Dr. Johnson?
Okay, the next, Mr. Compesca will also present the annual report for Teosh Pacina for approval.
We, every year the BIE is, for compliance, regulations, we have to submit a annual report, and, Dr. Johnson has a copy of it. It's, basically, I'll just go through the titles. We have to do it. We give a background overview of the school. We have our mission statement. We have 544 student count. We have 31 gifted students, K to 12. We have 96 students who have IEPs. We have 544 students who are served for native language. We have 123 staff, 58 administrators and teachers, and 65 support staff, which comes to 73% of our staff are Indigenous, Native American. We talk about our computer technology and our updates we've done with the CARES Act. The accreditation is part of this report. We are accredited with Advanced Ed, which is now called Cognia. We are also accredited with COSA. We have to report our transportation program and our bus routes. We have our annual budget for 2021 included in that. We have our curriculum outline of what we'll be doing this year as far as literacy, math, science, assessments, instructional schedules, professional development. We have assessment, testing, and then we also include in there our annual audit. We have an auditing company that comes every year, and we have to submit that and copies of our accreditation, our copies of our attendance membership for the year. We had 271 K-5. We had 103 middle school, and we had 168 high school students. And then we also send along a copy of our 2021 school calendar. And that's pretty much our annual report to the BIE.
Floor is open for leadership or any questions or comment for clarification before you make that motion to approve. Gypsy, floor is yours.
Thank you. I just had some questions on something that's not in the annual report, and that is, what is the situation in the school regarding the kids using drugs in the school? I mean, that, you know, it's, if you could verify or not, whether or not there's stories of the kids going into the bathrooms and doing drugs in the bathrooms and that kind of thing. So that leads to my next question is, what is the surveillance system? Are there cameras? Well, obviously not in the bathrooms, but where are the surveillance cameras, and who observes them?
We just updated our student handbook, and vaping is one of the topics that we discussed heavily. We did put in vape sensors last year in all the bathrooms, and it's a sensor that will pick up any, you want to say, scent, and it notifies or alerts our student services, and the student services then alert security. We do have security guards. We just hired another security guard, so we have 2. So there is a schedule that we put together this summer for patrolling the facility during passing class time. I'm trying to think of your other question, but we do adamantly monitor, and the bathrooms seem to be the place, and there are consequences for that. It's part of our policy. And we try to get the parents involved as soon as we find out what's going on. And the vapes are taken into custody, and they are tested by the local law enforcement.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else from council for clarification? Motion approved, the Chios Rosina annual report made by Dallas.
Second.
Second by Gypsy. Question by Curtis.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, leadership. Anything else come from Chios Rosina?
I just want to thank our Oyate for supporting us on the multi-purpose facility. We're still in the process of submitting our RFP, and I'll keep you in the loop with all that and work through Dallas. And we are very appreciative of that. And also, I want to thank you for the donation for our scoreboard. We're getting a new scoreboard, so we're very appreciative of that. So we really appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kompeska. Dr. Johnson, floor is yours.
Okay, I have a couple just normal reimbursements that I need to do, and then we would like to hang on to our educational people on the meeting for the cannabis discussion. So my next request is a motion for reimburse Enemy Swim Day School for computers for $57,120 using the tribal broadband as a funding source.
Floor is open for discussions for leadership. If not, is there a motion to approve? So moved by Dallas. Second by Susie. Is there a question? My colleagues don't want a question. I'm going to call for a vote. Oh, last minute, Brandon questioned it.
Yes.
Moving on, number 4, your action item, Dr. Johnson.
That would be to reimburse ESDS for reading for $5,970, and oh my goodness, I'll have to get a clarification to the vice chair on the last 2 digits there. The funding source is 16300.
Just 1 second, Dr. Johnson. He's flipping through right now.
$0.72. It's not no one. 72 cents.
72.6? Oh, cents. Okay. So moved by me swim. Yes. For reimbursement. Calling for a second? Second by Brandon. Question by Louis.
Yes.
Dr. Johnson, I'm glad Louis questioned that, otherwise he'd be eating toast all week.
Jeez. No toast.
Floor is yours, Dr. Johnson.
Okay, thank you, Council. that I just want to clarify, that's not really curriculum, that's a supplemental program for Enemy Swim. And then I'd like to talk a little bit about the cannabis that I have brought it up time and time again about where do we stand on it, what are we going to do with our education entities, and specifically I'm working directly with a daycare. And so months ago we did a legal request with attorneys, and I was referred over to Phil, and he's the contact point, that attorney. And so I brought up on my screen share, he was talking about with Head Start is really, and then the repercussions here. And you can see where the blue is. Let me see if I can make that a little bit bigger. But you have that on there. But this would start it. And so we had an interesting conversation last night with Teoshpazina board, because they did bring the cannabis code to the board meeting, and Rhonda was talking about it and stated that a motion shouldn't change our whole code. So I really need some consideration about where you want to go with this, what direction you want to have. This was the recommendation, is motion 12. Also in your packet with the Head Start packet, in further down, it also has verbiage for their parent handbook and the policy changes. And so you have copies of all of that. And this is the first one right here. And motion 12 was one of them that you made when you started this whole process of approving medical cannabis.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Coming up from the floor, you got a comment from Dion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this issue really it's administrative. I think that if there are, as program directors and supervisors, those, I'm comfortable, because I think it was Mike Dallas or myself that made this. So I'm comfortable amending that motion, or, making a motion to amend that motion. And did legal give you any indication as to whether there would be a violation of a personnel policy or anything with this? Because I know when you get into the little intricate pieces, it's really hard to define and manage. I do know that when I worked at the Head Start, we weren't even allowed to have cigarette breaks during the day. We could take breaks, but we were not allowed to smoke cigarettes. So I think that those routes of ingestion, and you get into a lot of really intricate pieces, and it gets too arduous. So I think that if this is your recommendation and request, I'm willing to do that. I just want to make sure that our personnel policies and things are approved administratively as well. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dallas. Floor is yours.
And then, so this is just to protect our funding from the BIE. Is that correct, Dr. Johnson?
Well, it's illegal for use and possession of any kind of cannabis in federal buildings.
And at the discussion at the board meeting last night, that basically, though, that could affect our funding, though. I thought that was brought up last night. I might have misheard. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yes. Because we would be in violation if we allowed this on site. The other thing is that in the policies about Head Start, there is a use there, a policy revision for parents and to those children that have the medical cards for cannabis use, for them to be able to go off-site and administer to their child and bring their child back to school. So there is some provisions in that policy also. And that's in the parent handbook with Head Start. So just in case.
And so then, I think when the intention, correct me if I'm wrong, Dion, is that we specify tribal funding because we were concerned about entities that were federally funded. But then if they just need to resume testing, then in my opinion, then that whichever entity, which is specified in the code, as we discovered at the board meeting yesterday, that entity would just have to come up with their own personnel policy, in my opinion, to have the testing done. That's just how I was looking through it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dan. Floor is back to you.
Actually, funding was not my intention when we were discussing this. Because cannabis used in large amounts can affect memory and can affect reasoning and some of those things that are in the frontal lobe of the brain, you want to make sure, you want to ensure that people who have a license and are using cannabis during that time period that they're with the children are not affected, that their memory is not affected. And that when I was talking about methods of ingestion, so smoking, because the lungs have so much tissue, it has a greater area to hit and absorb. If it was an edible, that would be, it takes a little longer for it to absorb and have less of an effect. But I don't think we want to get into all those moving parts. I think that if this is what they're requesting, then let's just do it. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to take a couple more, then I'm going to move on to amend this and call for a vote. But before that, if I heard if it's going to be administrative, I'm going to include law enforcement on there and employees who drive tribal vehicles too, as well on that. Go ahead, Curtis, what was yours?
Yeah, I was just going to say we should just set a roundtable and maybe discuss this further and get a clarification for everybody to understand that too, moving forward. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Curtis. So you guys want to roundtable this motion, or if you want to take action, leadership? So who wants to roundtable? Majority? Or you want to take action now? Okay, we're going to table this, Dr. Johnson, and roundtable it. Susie has her hand up. Oh. All right, Dr. Johnson, we're going to table this. We're going to roundtable this very soon. I'd like to have it right away.
Thank you. That would be fine. Okay, then my last action item for the Tribal Education Department, part of my report would be to recontract the 638 that we now have for the years 22 to 2025.
Floor is open for any discussions for council. Motion moved by Dallas one.
Second.
Second by Susie. Was that your voice? Oh, Gypsy, sorry about that. Calling for a question. Question by Deanne.
Yes.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman? Yes. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, leadership. Going on to Dr. Johnson.
Okay, number 7 on the amended agenda, it talks about Dakota Yapi standards, and I'd like to have a draft approval. They stay in draft for a full year while they're in our schools, and our schools use them. And then the process is next summer we'll bring the work groups back together, and then we will ask for a final approval on them. And so this is part of our standards process work that we're working on.
So moved by Curtis. Second by Brandon. Calling for a question. Question by Susie.
Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wanda?
Yes.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Dallas Owen? Yes. David Amos? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman? Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, leadership. Back to Dr. Johnson.
I have a request from my staff for funding from Section 7 for cultural presentations. We get requested time and time again, and in most part, my staff go out and do the presentations in the school, and we're actually we incorporate language, we incorporate history, we incorporate some kind of activity for students to do. But we work with all of our surrounding schools, and even our Teoshpazina, our tribal schools, and Anime Swim Day School. And so with that, I'd like to request some funding for some presentations. There are a few workshops that my staff cannot do, but that is part of our people requesting us to do. And a lot of it happens with our JOM schools, but we just don't have funding for to pay any stipends to bring people in to do the specific ones that my staff can't do, and also the materials. I'd like to request that we have some funding out of Section 7 for that.
Okay, before I call for action, I'm going to turn the floor over to Dion. She's ex officio planning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Johnson, have you consulted our planning director or the EDA planner regarding that request to use those funds?
They recommend, I'm sorry. They recommended that we approach council, but they were asking about computers and everything for Section 7. And so I said it's best that we let the broadband pay for that and see how far we can go to meet our community's need with it. This and the cultural activity funding is more of a need for education department. And so if you'd like me to take this back to planning again, I will for this specific one.
No, I just wanted to make sure that they were aware and that they were in agreement with using those funds for this.
Then I better take it back to planning, because the original discussion was to purchase more computers.
So they don't know that you're asking for Section 7 dollars? The planning director and staff don't know?
The planning director and Will worked with us on the broadband project and the computers. And we did met with them last week on it, and they said it would be best bet if we would do Section 7 funding request for computers for our community, and that they would go after the planning dollars in the capital projects. And so that was the discussion. But when my staff brought it to me, I told them, I said it would be better if we see how far we can get with the broadband funding and providing that need for our community for computers, and then use the Section 7 funding for cultural presentations. So that part they don't need, so I would have to go back to planning for that.
So, well, Will was waving on the computer, but just so they know that you're asking for an expenditure, I don't think just so that they know that you're asking for something, but maybe he can answer that. Okay.
Will, if you're on there, can you answer that? And also, too, do you guys have a dollar amount on cultural presentations, too?
It was $30,000. It was $14,000 for supplies, duplication of $2,000 because we do a lot with the DLI, and we do a lot with the Buffalo boxes, and we pre-print that book that it goes in there. And then cultural presenters at $250 per workshop for 11 workshops. So it was $30,000.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Johnson. Will, are you available?
Starting my video, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am available. I did meet with two employees from the educational department, and in visiting with Matt beforehand, we came up with the amount between $25,000 and $30,000 to be used to purchase computer or laptops. And Tara was going to have some type of written plan delivered to us, but it sounds like that plan may have changed. So, I mean, we were fine with it. We would just need to do a budget mod, and then obviously need to gain council approval.
So I'll go ahead and make that motion.
So moved by Dion. Before I call for a second, there's a hands already went up, Curtis and Dallas.
So, Will, I know section 7 is allocated to certain purposes. Would this qualify under that?
I would need to see the written request and then go into section 7 and make sure that it is. But a large part of section 7 is to be used for housing, education, and economic development.
Thank you. I'll second that.
Second by Curtis. Go ahead, Dallas. $30,000.
Yes.
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 Thank you, Council. Go ahead, Dr. Johnson, floor is yours, and thank you, Will. Thank you, Dr. Johnson, for reaching out for planning on, especially in section 7.
And I apologize for not following the appropriate protocol. I didn't realize that it was all threaded through planning department. I just didn't know that part. So my apologies to Will for not providing you with a copy ahead of time and having further discussions with you after that last meeting. So that's my apologize, but I really appreciate and thank you, and the children of CC21 will benefit from this along with our non-native partners. So
Yeah, that sounds great,
okay.
Carson.
Thank you. And so on item number 9 is FYI. So there's a new president at Northern State University, and he would like to, he's been working with Joe Donnell, and he is going to do a tour of the reservation. Very happy to meet and requested a meet and greet with the council. And so that's going to happen on the 22nd at noon. They're gonna provide a meal. Joe Donnell has arranged everything, and I said, well, I'll just touch base with everybody and see what they need and push that information out there. So I will get you more information on that. So this is the first time we've had like our university president come and ask for this. We also are working, and I'm behind the lines on this, but we have a lot of Mount Marty from Watertown site that are alumni for our tribe in higher education. And so we have an alumni group preparing also some kind of presentations and discussions with their staff. They're bringing some of their staff here. So there's some awesome things working from our higher education group. Then my last FYI is you have the official copy of the social studies standards, and it was delivered, the book was delivered to you. We will be working in all the schools and rolling out this, the last draft of it, or the last copy of it. So thank you. With that, I'm done with the tribal education department. If there's any further education questions, please feel free to ask me. If not, I'll roll right into Head Start.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Moving on to the Head Start report.
Okay, so I just want to acknowledge Landon LaFramboise for his accomplishment of an AAS degree. He is also one that has been working slowly and surely on this and plugging heads. So I want to acknowledge his accomplishments there. And then from that, Head Start policy, and the policy approval is tied with the cannabis. And so I just like to hold off on that until after our discussion. And then the Start Well plan, though, that has to do with the COVID and everything. And our plan is really not a whole lot has adjusted. The Office of Head Start is basically following the CDC guidelines, and there still is a mask mandate for Head Start inside their buildings and in specific areas and things. So that has not changed, but it is updated and there for your approval.
Motion to approve. Start Well plan presented by Dr. Johnson for the Head Start. So moved by Brandon. He's approving the Start Well plan. Is there a second? Second by Susie. Calling for a question.
Question.
Question by Gypsy.
Brandon Adams. Dallas Owen. Yes. David A. Amos.
Yes.
Lily Johnson. Yes. Dion Crawford. Yes. Chris Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsy.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman. Yes. Chairman.
Thank you, Council. Dr. Johnson, your parent handbook.
Okay, the parent handbook will also be on hold until after our discussion. We'll move to the calendar approval.
Leadership, you have the copies in their handouts, or the motion to approve the calendar approval. So moved by Curtis.
Second.
Second by Gypsy, calling for a question. Question by Brandon.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsy.
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Dallas Owen. Yes. David A. Amos. Yes. Lily Johnson. Yes. Dion Crawford. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman. Yes. Mr. Chairman. Motion passed.
Dr. Johnson.
The water policy approval is a safety policy for when students and children go out, like during extended school year, when they're going outside. So that, I'm asking that for approval, please.
So moved by Curtis. Second by Brandon. My colleagues don't want a question. I'm going to call for a vote.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy.
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Dallas Owen. Yes. David A. Amos. Yes. Lily Johnson. Yes. Dion Crawford. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman. Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Dr. Johnson.
Okay, so the next thing is the director and the staff reports. I thought I had a Head Start director, and the day before she was to start, she withdrew her application and her letter of intent, so I'm back to advertising again. And we also are hiring, hopefully they've hired today because they did it, we're working on it this morning, 2 early Head Start teacher aides and a family services. We still are short 1 Head Start teacher. We one of them tender a resignation, but we have another applicant that is just waiting for orientation and to officially withdraw from her previous job. And so hopefully we'll have that vacancy filled for the teachers. We do have 2 teacher aides that we need to fill for student capacity for full student capacity at the Head Start. We still, obviously need bus drivers. There's supposed to be 3 and a part, 3 and a half. There's just 1 bus driver, so we are working on figuring out alternative transportation. We also need a a disabilities manager, so that has been advertising for the last 3 months, I believe. You know, we did some work with iLaunch to tone down the environment for our students, our children over there, and they purchased new paint, and it finally got here. So we're on a fast train to get that building painted, those classrooms painted. So we're still in service starts on the 22nd. So we'll be working hard on that. We're working on trainings as usual. Our Head Start whole program is got their pre-service ready to go. Our RFPs are still advertising. We had a problem and they didn't get advertised right away, so it's causing us a little bit of anguish, but we'll work through them. Enrollment, we still are working on getting everybody enrolled, getting their Head Starts, their physicals, and et cetera done for that. It's quite a lengthy process to get our children enrolled. And then our budget is good as far as, you know, expenditures and in line and appropriate. Workplace is still not working for Head Start. We are using paper requisitions right now, so we are able to pay our bills. And we will meet with, tomorrow we meet with our budget. Lexi and Marge, our bookkeeper, and on anything else. Keep in mind that our Head Start is on a different year, and so their year ends a month after our fiscal year for our tribe. The self-assessment was submitted with the grant. We are still working on everything else there. The RFP for the construction, so that should be coming out here. And we're thankful for iLaunch support and their staffing support there. And that's all I have for the report. There's data, there's the food reimbursement report. You're actually, because council is late this month, you're actually getting last month and this month, or last 2 months. So I just asked for those approvals.
Okay, Council.
Be the director report, the data, enrollment, and attendance reports, and the food reimbursement, and the health report.
Would that be all in one? I'll make that motion.
Please.
Okay, thank you, Curtis. Motion moved by Curtis. Is there a second? Second. A second by Dion. Question by Brandon.
Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Dallas Owen? Yes. David A. Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman? Yes. Mr. Chairman? Motion passed.
Thank you, Council.
So the last one is the approval of Menards. There's their bids that went through procurement, and that's 4 rugs for their building.
Okay, Council. So moved by Dallas.
Second.
Second by Curtis. Question by Mr. Vice Chair.
Dallas Owen? Yes. David A. Amos? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford? Yes. Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman? Yes. Mr. Chairman? Motion passed.
Thank you, leadership. Anything else, Dr. Johnson?
That will be all.
Thank you for presenting both reports, the Education and Early Head Start report, Dr. Johnson. So I'm asking my colleagues a motion to approve the Education and Head Start reports.
So moved.
So moved by Curtis, second by Dallas. Question by Susie.
Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Dallas Owen? Yes. David A. Amos? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford? Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman? Yes. Mr. Chairman? Motion passed.
Okay, Council, can we take a 10-minute break? I'm trying to get us back on schedule with the enrollment office, then Mark's going to be coming in.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson.
Council's waiting for a couple of managers to make their report, so we're waiting for that. Please stand by.
Number, someone you call Curtis, Mr. Gunn. Oh, is he? Steve. Steve. Mr. Gunn. But while we get Mr. Gunn online, go ahead, Megan, I know you need some action items for council. Floor is yours, Megan. Make sure your mic is on. We do have a listening audience.
Okay.
Going back in session.
Thank you, Tribal Council. Good afternoon. I have a few updates and some contract issues. So I'll just start out. So I did draft and amend the business lease relating to motion number 98 made on July 6th, and that was in relation to the I-29 motel. We did review that document, sent over the changes to the Housing Authority. It is in the process at this point, but that'll be ready for signature after we receive that back. That was just an update. The MOU with Roberts County, I did make minor changes, and those were pursuant to the Chief of Police comments. I did send that over to Tribal Council. I'm seeking a motion today to approve the MOU with Roberts County for adult and juvenile detention services and to authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents. Motion number 40 made on July 5th did not provide for that authorization. So I'm seeking a motion to.
Okay, floor is open to our leadership for comments or questions. Haipa, floor is yours.
One of the questions I had was, on page 2 of that contract, number 5 or V, county shall conduct criminal record checks in accordance with facility policies and the ACA standards. At a minimum, a fingerprint check. Is that is that for their personnel or for our detainees?
Okay,
Well,
repeat
page
that.
3 actually,
Page
sorry.
3,
Yeah,
D3.
number 5, V, under A5. County personnel, well, it's under that part, but. She emailed it, and then I just printed it off.
Under county personnel, county shall conduct criminal record checks in accordance with facility policies
Right.
and ACA standards at a minimum of a fingerprint check. That is relating to the county personnel.
County personnel, okay. And I had more questions, hold on. The cost, why does I don't know if you can answer this, but it came up as how come the juveniles cost more?
No, I cannot answer that. These were comments made by the chief of police, and so I did reach out, not specifically on that, but for any comments, so I can move forward with and get that answer for you.
Okay. And then, how do we, because this just says it expires 1 year from that date?
I just highlighted that.
Right.
The previous addendum
Right.
was for 2 years, so I just highlighted that as, so you guys are aware. This
Yeah.
particular document says 1 year.
Okay, so yeah, I was just wondering if there's a, you know how some of the other contracts have if there's nothing that is automatically extended or something like that, is there verbiage for that, or?
It's not in there currently. If that's a change, definitely.
Would that be
Comments.
beneficial for us to do it, something like that, so that way we don't have an expired one for however, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think we would probably want to consider our jail detention center.
Right.
And when is that?
'Cause we-
The time frame on that.
Right. I mean, just in case, you know, we don't want done as soon as possible, but
So you would like that?
if that is, would be more beneficial, I mean, it's not gonna hurt us. Yeah. And then,
Automatic renewal?
and then, wait, I didn't get to finish through it, but, I'll, end my question for now and then get back to you.
Thank you, Gypsy. Go ahead, Curtis. Floor is yours.
So I think we should just do it yearly because of our Justice Center being approved to be built. We can relook at it every year, and that way it doesn't take us 2 years or whatever. So I would like to just leave it yearly if we could. Just update it yearly and then go from there until we get our own jail built.
Okay.
My thoughts exactly, but you said them. Any more questions or comments from leadership? Okay.
Would you like me to bring this forward at another date? To wait for
If
any of
council,
this
if
comment?
council already read it, I mean, it's up to council. If you want to approve it now, then Gypsy could just
Because you
Catch up.
just sent it this morning, we didn't get time to read the whole thing.
go ahead, Curtis. Then, Dion.
So do you have the changes that were made to the original one?
Yes. These changes were, like I said, came through my office as a work order through the chief of police, law enforcement. I did bring this to council, asking if there was any additional comments or changes besides the basic fees and renewal.
And those were all answered and put down in black and white now, or?
There wasn't, all of council wasn't there, so.
Okay. So.
If there are additional comments or review that needs to be done by council, just, I can bring it forward at another date.
I would guess we could, if you could hold off for a little bit, unless, these questions, my question now would be, does this allow, for our tribal officers to be stationed, or for someone to be stationed within the facility there?
I think we did have
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in our original MOU, that was also stated in there.
Yes.
But in visiting with the chief of police, there was just nobody to go there. I know the transportation part of it was there, but there was just nobody there to sit there. So.
All right, going in order. Dion, then Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, my understanding is that every facility that provides incarceration for individuals is governed by a standard or a board, right? That's the American Correctional Association, and so they have their standards, and that's outlined in this document, correct?
those are.
That they will follow those standards?
Yeah, those are part of their regulations and
Okay.
that they do follow.
Okay, and I think probably some of the issues is not with the official documents governing that. Some of the issues is ensuring that they are following those, and that would not be covered in this document, correct? Okay. So after this, I'm comfortable making the motion to approve this, because that is covered in this document.
Is that your motion? Okay. Dallas, go ahead. Floor is yours, and after Dallas, back to Gypsy.
So I feel like a quick solution would just be, I know we're doing the constitutional amendments tomorrow, Megan, and we have to be in session to pass those.
Okay.
By then, everyone should be able to have read this document efficiently, and we can just make a decision tomorrow then. Would that be sufficient?
That works for me.
So I was just going to say that. Thank you.
Okay.
Gypsy.
Yeah, that's what, if we can wait on that till tomorrow, like Dallas suggested, that would be much better.
Okay.
I won't be here, so I'll be at Sundance, but if you want to hold off, that's fine. I won't have to make a motion.
All right, Megan, we're going to table.
Table, okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for bringing it forward, though. I appreciate it.
Yep, and we have, my next issue is the court action request by Haipa District, a case Michelle Warner versus Haipa District Election Board that did come through request by Marie Renville. I did forward those documents, so I just need a directive on that.
Okay, members of our leadership, you want to have our legal represent that. Go ahead, Dallas.
So I know coming down the road, Enemy Swim is going to have some legal issues too with some of the tenants living within the Enemy Swim district. So if we go forward with this and allow HIAPA, I am just going to assume that every district's allowed access to this. And so I just want to say that that's the precedent that be set if we move forward on this. Thank you.
Going in order. Gypsy, then Dion.
Thank you. This would be representing the district election board, not necessarily the district. Is that a different, right?
Correct, Haipa District Election Board.
Okay. So and that we have had other election boards been represented before with our legal teams. Is that?
That's correct. I don't have the specific circumstances if they involved a council person, but at this point, I do know there was.
But have been able to represent the election boards. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Dion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this question is for Kaksiza Haska. So, feeling extra decorated today. So when there was that court action within your district a few months ago, who represented the district at that juncture? Was it in-house legal, or did they hire their own representation?
We hired our own, or they hired their own. They had Lorraine Russo, I believe, represent them.
So the district paid for their own representation?
Correct. 'Correct. 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 '
Okay, anything else from leadership? Go ahead, Gypsy.
Do we have to have a motion for this then?
I just
Or
need a directive.
So is it all right if she represents the district election board in that motion?
Yeah, just a motion.
Okay. And I guess I would make that motion for legal team to represent the Haïpa District Election Board, according to previous examples. Correct?
Forgot my
So this isn't a precedent-setting thing. This is something that's already been done. Correct?
Like I said, I don't know the specific circumstances in
Right.
the past, and there was different circumstances, of course. So
Okay.
I don't. All I know is it was done in the past.
Okay. And then election board is an extension of the reservation election board, too. Anyway, motion.
Motion moved by Haipa. Is there a second? Question going to go to Alice.
So, with the district election board, Gypsy, you said there's an extension, but was it in relation to the tribal wide, or was it just in-house?
Just in-house. No, I was just using that per someone's emails, comments
Okay.
that went through to us earlier, so. I
Gotcha.
don't know.
Thank you, Gypsy.
Calling for a second. Recording secretary, there is no second. Motion died. Megan, go ahead, floor is yours.
I'm sorry.
The motion died, yeah.
Died? Okay. Next issue, just an update. The Indian Child Welfare Act resolution was passed by Tribal Council recently, and that was forwarded to NARF. So the Sisid Wapton Oyate is signed on to the tribal amicus brief. Another update on the opioid settlement issue. I did provide an updated email from Robbins Kaplan, the firm that's representing the tribe in that. That update was provided around August 1st. At this point, I did send out an email. I just wanted to see if there was a date or if the tribal council would like a time to meet with the firm regarding the updates on that settlement agreement or settlement.
Can you see if they're available probably the 28th, maybe after we get done with our business for council? We can have time for them.
August
That
28th.
should give everybody a time.
Okay. And then from that point, I do have contract issues after that. Kurt Schmidt, Devin Flesher, Mark Van Norman, and Shannon Etzity.
Mr. Gunn, are you online yet? I just want to make sure because he wanted to come in with Megan's report.
Okay.
Contract issues, did you want to go into exec or can you present them now?
Executive session.
All right, Mark, if you don't mind. No, you could be attendance, but it's just going to go into exec session for those contracts. We got 4 contracts, right, Megan?
Correct.
That you want to go into exec session to talk about those contracts. So with that, Kakiza Haska moves for exec session. Second by Dion. Question by Louis.
Yes.
the inpatient treatment. Did he pick up? Oh, okay.
Mark, while we're waiting, were you able to talk with the BIA at all about our BIA lease? Oh,
Hey, Mike.
I just got the link. I'm going to jump on here in about 2 minutes.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks.
did you hear that, Mark?
The BIA lease for the police station?
For here.
For here.
Yeah, we need one for the admin building. Then you're doing one for the detention, right?
Okay.
And then the jail. I think that's what we put in the contract.
I think the jail is going to be its own kind of program,
Yep.
the adult detention. And but I'm meeting with Tim LaPointe tomorrow morning at 8.
Okay.
So we can.
Can we meet a little bit this afternoon then?
Yeah. Do you want to sit down this afternoon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. For this building that you want to renew your space cost, and it should go up, right? Yeah. Because the property values have gone up, and they base their lease on the property.
10 years ago.
Right.
And the person, the vice chair then said it was in the office, but out of the office, probably almost there.
Yeah, it's good to get with them. They don't remember their buildings. Yeah. Okay, so we need to talk to Tim, and we probably need an appraiser that will give us, we can either go 2 routes. We can get a list of all the costs and present it to him like that, or we can get an appraiser to say, here's the value of the property, here's the value of the space. When you monetize it according to the formula, it should be increased because the value of the property has increased. Think of the market that we're in. Right now that there's been a 15 and 17% increase year over year. So that could be either methodology.
I know another question we have a program like Quarter Pride, which is also our building that is under, which BIA that funds through IHS. We have the police department, so that are in the open building, which is also our buildings. Would that opportunity also be for them too? I mean, could we possibly look at that opportunity?
Yeah, we can look at a 105L for the current police department, and then we're going to be looking to work with EAPC, I think, to get the new plan, and then to run that by them for the 105L for the new facility, and that'll be kind of a similar kind of a thing where we can do. It's basically a cost. Oh, there's Mike. Mike joined us. Hey, Mike, thanks for joining us. Okay, you and I can talk. Okay. Hi, Mike.
Hi there.
We're glad to see you today, and we were hoping that we could talk through with you a little bit about what it would take to build a youth wellness center similar to the concept that you've got there. So we're here with the tribal council. Should we introduce ourselves? Mark Van Norman, Special Counsel, System Optinoyati.
Yeah, we can go backwards. Go again.
Hi, Mike. My name's Deon Crawford. I am the council representative from the Lake Traverse District.
Louis Johnson, Buffalo Lake Council Rep.
Susie Amos, Be Cooley Rep.
Del Solon, Enemy Swim Rep.
Delbert Hopkins, Tribal Chairman.
Good afternoon, Vice Chairman Edmund Johnson Jr.
Brandon Adams, Old Agency District Representative.
Hello, Gypsy Wana, Haipa District Representative.
Curtis Bissonette, Long Hollywood, Council Representative.
Before going, Mark, I want to share a little quick story. When we went to go to Rapid City to visit on those issues, Curtis was driving, I was riding passenger, and Brandon was riding in the back seat. We parked on, there was a train tracks, and a train was coming. We could just see it, and there's a Curtis parked right behind our car, so we were stuck on the train tracks. And Brandon thought his life, he seen his life before his eyes. He was freaking out in the back seat. It was that scary. It was coming. So I just wanted to share a little bit on that. Our adventures over in Rapid City to visit you guys' program. So go ahead, Mark.
Well, Mike Stanley is with Dream Design, and they do a lot of the development in Rapid City, and so we stopped and checked in with them, and they did the Great Plains Tribal Chairman's Health Board. They're doing a state building right behind a mall. They're doing untold, housing development, and they've done a design for Great Plains Tribal Chairman's Association to do our building. So, Mike, you want to go ahead and tell us?
Sure. Again, I'm Mike Stanley with Dream Design International. I guess my official title here would be the Director of Planning, but I also, I have a degree in education in landscape architecture, and that's why I have a license to practice in the state of South Dakota. So my background is a lot of planning and landscape architecture, and then also into a little bit of architecture also. So yeah, we met, maybe about a month ago, 3 weeks ago. I did put together a little, I guess kind of planning document or a little site plan that looks at this youth center north of the college. And I can definitely share my screen. Mark, I also emailed this to you too. It's a little bit of a larger PDF, but I can definitely do that if that's all right.
That'd be great.
So, I'm going to start with a little bit on, let's see. Okay. Can everyone see this?
Yeah. Yes, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so just to give a little bit of orientation, looking at this portion right here, and again, a lot of this is very preliminary, would be looking at utility needs, any floodplain issues, any geotechnical, all that kind of stuff, and what's going on, but looking at this area next to the college. So then, I'm going to go back to, let's see here, okay. And this is something we've been working on, kind of developing this layout and this idea for kind of the youth center. You should be able to see it now positioned on the property. This youth center would be located north of a parking lot. Parking lot and drop off would come off of, I think it's BIA 7 or 457th Avenue. Parking to the south side, we have a nice drop off. A great arched entry piece and an entry plaza that comes into a youth commons area. rooms for meeting rooms that can be used for community events or for small gatherings. A large lobby area that takes you into wellness. When we've been talking with some of the tribal people, mental health and mental wellness is a big piece that needs to be addressed. So working with the social aspect of youth commons to wellness. We wanted a high-end video media room that would be very attractive to young people, that it would be a good place for them to go and hang out. Gymnasium, this gymnasium is about 7,500 square feet, full court. This would be also looked at as a multi-function room that you not only can do a game of basketball, but if you wanted to hold a wedding in it, you could, or a large community space, community gathering, funeral, celebration, all different types of things. So while it's labeled gym, I would probably think of it more as a multi-purpose room. That is directly adjacent to a kitchen, commercial kitchen, so that you could do banquets or large food gatherings or something going on like that. So these spaces would start to act together. And then when we were talking the aquatics area, so indoor pool or splash park or splash pads or all of that, that would be in this section right here. So then you enter in lobby, corridor, and then leads you into the aquatics, gymnasium. So it's kind of three separate pieces. You'd have this first piece, which is youth commons, wellness, media, and meeting rooms, gymnasium, and aquatics. And then this corridor starts to link all of that. Daycare is also another piece, and this is statewide an issue, is child care and how best that can be handled. So we wanted to integrate daycare into this also, so that if you go to the gym, play a game of basketball, you could do kind of a day watch or maybe an hour daycare or use any of the other facilities or aquatics, that daycare then becomes centrally located for children. Depending on how we start looking at this, the rest of the land can be opened, and maybe there's group activities that can happen outside. So a lot of these areas then will be directly be able to open out into those areas. We also wanted a nice, I'm thinking architecturally, a nice, southern view with possibly maybe some glass that could, open this whole area out to this entry plaza for special events that could happen outside of the facility. The aquatics area, maybe we can have some southern exposure and some nice solar that comes into that area. Again, parking then would be on the southern side with direct access out into this. Currently, there's looks like a service drive that addresses a lagoon system up north of that, possibly using that service drive then to service the backside of this building for deliveries to, we'll say, the kitchen, mechanical, and then also this whole backside. So this whole front side then can be left completely for, we'll say, customer or personnel entrance. That's kind of the idea of where that would go with a youth and community center.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open the floor up for any discussions or questions for council. First one is Dion Crawford from Lake Traverse has a question or comment. Then Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, would we be able to add an indoor playground? It's so cold here for so many months of the year, and I know that those are kind of, why are you laughing? Those are they're gaining popularity.
Grand Forks, so I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah, I mean that, I think that would be for the younger children to be able to exercise and play safely somewhere would be really nice.
That's definitely doable. We could do that, and depending on where you wanted it to be, you could possibly look at maybe we take this area here and make that as an outdoor playground or, something associated directly with the daycare. I would probably look at, we can definitely do that. That's one of the nice things about, I think the way we're addressing this is it's very componentable, I'll say, where you've got this piece, you've got this piece, and this piece, and we could look at adding outdoor playground into this section right here. Or sorry, indoor.
Indoor, yeah. So let's say it could be kind of like a solarium kind of thing where, the kids get to have some daylight during the winter.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that would makes sense. And then the pool could be open 365, right? Because it's gonna be indoor.
I laugh just because I know exactly what you mean. I think one of the worst childhood memories I have is taking swimming lessons in June in North Dakota. I've never been in such a cold pool in my life.
And if we wanted to, we could put some outdoor courts also, maybe for the summer, tennis or basketball or something.
Yes.
On the other side of the parking lot.
Go ahead, Dallas, floor is yours.
And then, so I know this is a preliminary draft, but I was wondering too, like, are we having, within the gym, will that include like an exercise area or a weight room? I was just kind of curious.
So that gym is laid out as a full court basketball court right now, with probably, I will say, limited seating. Its size, there would be limited seating around that. So no, there's no weight room or cardio room associated with that.
And so I'm just looking at the map. Is that something we can add on to the north side, like where the corner is, or?
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate
it. We could. The wellness room right now would be considered probably your gym or your cardio room. But again, I think probably the next step is to vet some of these things out. And if you want to, like, if you say we have a big yoga following or want to get into all of that, then yeah, I think we start to explore those ideas and get those added on.
All right. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Curtis. You can put in your request for something too?
So, I guess I would like the idea of the aquatic center and your basketball courts to kind of change, switch places. Being that, basketball is so heavily played here, a lot of people are into that more than any other sport, and it's been that way for a while. I'd like to see those two kind of switch places, so we could actually get a bigger, maybe shorten that aquatic center and make the basketball court maybe 2 to 3 side by side, possibly. That would be an idea for me, I guess.
So you're saying you would prefer to see a smaller aquatics area and a larger gymnasium area to hold maybe a couple different courts for an indoor tournament?
Yes.
Something like that?
Yes. Something that's going to bring, like, because we go, like, to Rapid City, to tournaments and all that. Something we can host here, too, in the near future would be awesome.
Well, you could kind of just slide that aquatic center over, right? And add a couple more courts. And then it's a question of cost, but
yeah,
this can almost be like a center that's also useful to the college, right? Because it's in proximity.
Go ahead, Louis.
How did this get in place here over our wellness center for our adults? Now we're into a youth center. Now, how did this take over that spot?
It's not really taking over that spot, but what happened to us was we had an opportunity to talk to the governor about putting some money into her annual budget, and she told us that if we had a plan together in August, she could look to put it into the governor's budget as a request for $4 million, and that was based on her visit here on May 19th. But we don't want to prioritize this over the other one. This is actually behind the inpatient drug and alcohol treatment center because we're further along in the planning on this. But this is just sort of a deadline that we're running up against if we want to try and get that $4 million from the state.
So this is a youth center, but you said our treatment center is still in the works?
Right.
Right? So where did I don't recall that we had a motion to approve creating youth center
We, you know.
or building a youth center?
Part of the overall Justice and Rehabilitation Center was always to have a youth component. And it came to the council and we talked about youth detention. And the council said, let's not do youth detention, let's do youth wellness. And so this could be built, and then there could be some like youth kind of halfway houses for kids in need of assistance. And it's a complex so that the focus is youth wellness, but it's going to fulfill the component of the Justice and Rehabilitation Center that was going towards youth.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're looking we've had different resolutions on it from the council.
Okay.
And we're looking a little bit towards trying to get that money from the governor, because when we saw Senator Thune in March, he said, hey, don't forget about the governor, because she's got a lot of money from the state. And so when the governor was out here, then she said, I'll consider putting it into the budget, but you got to have something for me in August, and it's got to have a budget, and it's got to be more than just a thought. So
Right.
So we need to, if we're going to do it, and ask the governor for $4 million, and we had said that we were going to put up $4 million of tribal money, that then we would come to something like this. But this could also have sort of adjacent, some youth kind of halfway houses for kids that need a place, that have trouble at home, that are needing that
Right.
kind of support. So this is overall community wellness. We know the background of COVID-19 and the difficulty for youth and the school closures, and this is trying to be promoting health and well-being for youth by providing the social gathering center.
Yes.
Now, because it's adjacent to the college, it could also potentially be, multi-purpose with the college. You don't want to crowd the kids out, but you know how it is sometimes to get full utilization. Will help you that way. So that's a little bit of the background on this. This is not as far along as the inpatient alcohol and substance abuse treatment center.
Okay, so that's all, I understand all of that, that's all, good, that's all excellent stuff. It's just that when the governor was here, I was under the impression that we were gonna ask for money for the treatment center, specifically for the treatment center, not necessarily, this sounds like a whole new thing. And if we're further along, why wouldn't it have been applied towards the treatment center? But I also understand we're doing the treatment center, we're trying to get that underneath the demo program with the IHS.
Or the 105L.
Yeah.
program.
And then with the IHS, we wanted to make sure it was, went through the demo program so that they have that staffing provision under there somehow. But I guess my next question is, who is taking the lead on this? Who's taking the lead on all of this stuff? Because this doesn't seem, I thought this would have been under planning or underneath the health programs or the health director or something like that. So who is taking the lead on this and going forward with everything? Because a lot of the whole stuff is kind of, it's all kind of news to me, the way B. Cooley stated. When did it become a youth center versus the treatment center?
That was Buffalo Lake.
Oh, Buffalo Lake, yeah, sorry.
Go ahead, Curtis, and Dallas, if you want to clarify.
So what Mark is trying to say is that we have to have something. This is something that is visual for you guys to see, okay? This isn't set in stone. This is just an example of what we could do, because we have to have something in place for the governor by the end of this month to make sure that she is allocating the $4 million to us. So she has to put it in her budget. So none of this is set in stone. This has been talked about, and now he just had the guy do an example for us on where the location could possibly be That's still yet to be determined by this body. This is not, and nothing of this is set in stone. So the treatment center, that's from the 105L. That's a whole different topic than what this is. We already identified all of that under the 105L lease. But this is just something we need to submit to her in order to get her to allocate that $4 million aside in her budget. So this is just examples that we could do. This ain't even the building we're agreeing on. It's just examples that we could do, possibly add, subtract everything out of there. So that's where we're at. So when you're saying whoever took the lead on this, nobody's taking a lead on this. He's showing us this now that we could possibly get this done by the end of August. That's where we're at.
Just to put forward a concept, just to start the process, because the funding wouldn't come, until the legislature approves the governor's budget, at the end of February, whatever. So, but to be part of that process, then we have to have something now.
Okay, thank you.
Go Dallas and Dan.
So to kind of what Gypsy was saying with the lead, I know we have a team already that's doing wellness. Sarah Lincoln and Sherry Johnson and all them, they're already working together. If you're talking lead, they already have a bunch of ideas coming together. We just put them on this and have something by the end of the month for the governor's budget, and that way they know what they want and they've been working on it together. So I was talking to Louis about this. We just take them, put them on this, and have them get something going for the governor's budget. I mean, that's just my suggestion, and I think because if we already have a team that was working on it, they can just go ahead and go forward on this. I don't know if that works with everyone.
Thank you, Dallas.
That's a good idea, yes.
And I've already talked to Van Norman about this too. We've already been working on this, so we're well aware of that. It's just something we need to submit to the governor to make sure we're getting the $4 million. That's it. Then when that is allocated, then we can move forward even further in starting to plan this and bring up those plans. So
Exactly, Curtis. Once we heard about that, the money that she has in her, we want that, especially if it's going to benefit our community. Dion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So actually, the planning staff has already started this process. They've been working on, I think they're in a special, they were accepted, they're in a, I wonder if fish is still on their fish. They were working on, I think they're in this, maybe he can talk about it. So the planning staff has already been working on this. If this is something that we can get for the community, we can figure out who's going to be the lead. If this is something that the governor's willing to put in her budget, all of the rest of that can be figured out, because this will be something that, we could sit here and bicker around about whose idea it was, but at the end of the day, it's an opportunity that the governor is giving us, and this would be something amazing for our community. So I don't know, but maybe we can talk a little bit about him and Barb's project. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mark.
Okay.
Oh, sorry about that. I forgot our WebEx. Is that Will Fish, your little hand up there? Will, the floor is yours.
Yes, Chairman. There's two projects that we're working with Housing and Minnesota Housing Partnership with. And one of them was for an adult, what Louis had mentioned, an adult wellness center. The other project that we were trying to complete also is safe and sober housing. And so we also pulled in Richard Bird with that also on those two projects also. But this is completely separate and news to me, the youth center. But if, like Dion said, if the governor is willing to give us money, we gotta jump on it.
Okay, and the youth center was always a component of the Community Justice and Rehabilitation Center, and we ended up having to break out our overall center into different components because we had to look for different funding sources. So this is just shown to you to see that, you know, we can put together a plan that's looking for this and looking for the tribe to make an investment, but also to have the governor match that. And it looks like it'd be somewhat reasonable to think that we could build this for $8 million. Is that what you think, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Depending on how you treat the aquatic center.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, where was I at? Oh.
Maybe it's worthwhile to have everybody's understanding of this, that this is conceptual and this is to move forward and try and seek funding. You know, I have been in touch with Matt Thompson about it. And there's a lot of moving parts that we're facing, you know, right now. But if you guys are okay with this, then we could go ahead and put a narrative description together and a budget and make the request to the governor and give it to her to try and run with it to pick up $4 million.
Yes, definitely. Let's move forward. Go ahead, Diane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll make that motion, authorizing or directing Van Norman to
I'll work with planning.
To get the budget and the preliminary plans to the Office of the Governor and communicate with them on this Wellness Center project.
Okay, our recording secretary, did you get all that before I call for a second?
Well, okay, what do you call it? Call it a youth or wellness center?
Youth Wellness Center.
Okay, authorize Mark Van Norman to work with planning to get the budget and preliminary plan to the governor's office, training to the youth wellness center.
Yes.
What is the deadline, Mark?
Let me check with Dave Flute, but she was saying at least by the end of August, because she's got to have her budget together. So, you know, if we can get it done in the next 10 days or so,
Awesome.
yeah, let's do it, because we need a narrative. And then Mike has been so handy, and we appreciate Mike Stanley and Dream Design and Hani Shafee and everybody for pitching in with us. And Mike, you know the level of need we have in our community, so we appreciate it and would like to stay in touch with you as we go forward.
And maybe if you get it done before, within that, by the 31st, maybe you could give a council that update on that 31st then.
For sure.
We'll get you on the agenda.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Where am I at? Who?
Okay. Do we have any questions for Mike, or should we let Mike go?
Mike, we're finished.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, thank you.
Motion on the floor made by Dion, second by Curtis. Question by all agency.
Leon Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Brandon Tichiwana,
Yes.
Brandon Adams, Dallas Owen, Lee Lehman, Louis Johnson, Travel Vice Chairman, Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, council. Anything else, Mark?
Oh, yeah. Well, there's been a lot of happenings, and Dion came out to DC, participating with us in our Great Plains meetings. And one of the things that we ran into was we met with Betty McCollum, and she has been extremely helpful to us on the ag stuff and got in language into the House appropriations, House Defense appropriations that bison is a healthy and sustainable American food source, that the Secretary should be looking to purchase up to 2 million pounds of bison annually. They purchase
100 million pounds of beef annually. Beef is produced at a different magnitude, but it gives us an outlet to scale up our bison herds. And they also said that the Secretary of Defense should work with the Secretary of Interior to see if we can use the Bi-Indian Act for bison, livestock, crops, fresh fruit and vegetables. So kind of across the board on native agriculture, and it mentions treaties and the trust responsibility and support for native agriculture. So that's been a big help, and we got a lot of support. We got the similar bipartisan language in the National Defense Authorization Act, working with Representative Gallego from Arizona. And they can't do statutory language the first year when they're dealing with the Defense Act. So it's report language in both. And Senator Rounds was trying to help us to get the same kind of report language in the Senate. And Senator Fisher from Nebraska said, I got to think about the Cattlemen's Association, and we want to think about beef, not buffalo. So since we're already in the House, rather than poke the bear, we said, okay, well, let's let it stand in the House report. So when they do the conference on the Defense Appropriations Bill, what they do is they'll conference, areas that they have to resolve where there's a difference, but then they'll say, and implement the House report and implement the Senate report. So we should be good on that, and we'll be monitoring that, but we should be good that we're already in on that one. A couple of months ago, we did go and visit Waubay National Wildlife Refuge. And right now, the Biden administration is looking to do contracts on co-management of different federal lands that the tribes have a traditional and cultural affiliation for. And so if we want to move forward on Waubay, they want to move forward with us, and they want to move forward, and if we're happy with the contract, and they've already done kind of a model contract with Bears Ears with 5 tribes. The president is wanting to announce progress on these contracts at the White House Council meeting in November. So this just kind of lays out that here's the Waubay National Wildlife Refuge. It's important to us culturally. U.S. Fish and Wildlife has a mission to work with others. Over the last few decades, tribes have been increasing, through intergovernmental agreements to work on co-management. Tribal governments have used ecological advances to promote fish, wildlife, and plant resources. SWO, in furtherance of the protection of Mother Earth, includes the concept of native fish, wildlife, birds, and plants, biodiversity, and holistic land management. Department of Interior Fish and Wildlife co-management agreements afford tribes an opportunity to preserve traditional lands for the benefit of present and future generations and to serve and protect Grandmother Earth. They can contract to co-manage their operations. The director came out and visited with us and went to Waubay, the regional director of U.S. Fish and Wildlife. So if we want to go forward, now therefore be it resolved that SWO desires to contract with Interior and U.S. Fish and Wildlife to co-manage Waubay National Wildlife Refuge, place of important traditional and cultural significance to SWO, and to enter such contract pursuant to the authority of the Indian Self-Determination Act as amended by the Tribal Self-Governance Act to conserve, protect, enhance fish and wildlife and plants and their habitats for the continuing benefit of SWO in the United States of America. Calls upon Interior to enter a funding agreement in a range of 1.5 million annually. That's probably about double what they're getting currently, but we might as well ask for more than ask for less. And then we did ask them to think about the road repairs, because they can put that in the president's budget. And if we don't get in for 24, we should make sure to be in there for 25. So there's that.
Okay, Mark, do you have a question or comment coming from Haiba?
Okay.
Thank you. With this contract, does that mean SWO would we would be the ones staffing that then?
We can request to fully staff it. They'll probably push back, and they probably want to keep some of their folks.
Oh, yeah.
But their one guy was just about ready to retire.
Oh, yeah.
And so we could take on that one, and I think if we push him a little bit more, I think we've got support from the White House.
Okay.
And we had a meeting, and we talked with Darren Carrero, who's actually friends with the chairman from school days, and they want to move on things, and they want to be a positive force. And he's got Stephanie Hartley from the Council of Council of Environmental Quality, and she was on with us too, and wanting to move things forward. So it's kind of fluid, because they haven't resolved all these issues yet. But to the point that we can pick up 50% of the management now, we can move forward later. And they use the example of the National Bison Range, which in 2021, 10,000 acres was turned back to the tribe.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't saying that we had to fully staff it. I was just wondering, where in that hiring responsibility lies. And what is their current staffing level again?
Their current staffing level, it seemed like it was, for the full-time employees, it seemed like it was only 2. But the one guy was ready
retiring.
to resign.
Right.
But then there's a bunch of sort of seasonal staff work
All right.
that we could also pick up. And I think they were feeling like maybe they could contract the person that's on the ground, that's the co-management, and then the other regional person that comes around would be there for support. And then one thing they want us to do is to demonstrate that we have the ability to take it on, but I think your Buffalo program shows that. And I think your background with fisheries also shows that. And there's some more money in this Inflation Reduction Act for fish hatcheries, so we could think about how that might work together. So there's that. And this really starts the process. So then we have to work on the agreement with them. And the agreement and everything will come back to the council for consideration as it's being negotiated, and for approval prior to any obligation by the tribe. And I know it may be a little bit of a problem place because they've got a lot of water there.
Yeah.
But they also have opened up to more fishing and recreation.
So is the $2 million in road and infrastructure repairs, is that a sufficient amount? I mean, 'cause I don't know anything about road construction and stuff, so is that a good amount, or would it be prudent to ask for more in that part?
We could ask for $2 million for this year and then ask for another $2 million for next year.
Okay.
And you've got about a mile of road, and then you've got about another mile of pavement.
Mm-hmm. Now, does this, and if we were to do this, it would be up to us if we were to hire more staff to help manage that area. I mean, like our current, Fish and Wildlife, I mean, they're pretty busy and a lot of staff already. We could do additional and create more jobs or whatever.
Yeah, I would need particular staff for this
Okay.
for this refuge, so it wouldn't be cannibalizing your existing staff.
Okay, and then, okay, I think those were the only questions I had for now. Thank you.
Okay, I forgot the order. So was it Curtis or Dallas? Okay, Curtis. Good, Deanna, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the things that I want to kind of bring up is that this type of agreement is happening with other tribes as well. I know that Cheyenne River and some of those West
Rosebud
River,
and Oglala.
yeah, they're looking at co-management of the Black Hills. So it's not like we're getting land back right now, but it's a step forward in reclaiming some of these parcels and parks that have been in the federal government's control for years and years and years. So this is a step forward, and I think if as many tribes as possible take that step forward, then it aids those other tribes like Cheyenne River and those West River tribes in reclaiming pieces of the Black Hills. And I think it doesn't seem like it's related, but it's really it's a powerful step to take.
And I think if Siston wants to come in on a co-management of like Wind Cave National Park and the U.S. Forest Service in the Black Hills, I think the other tribes welcome participation. This would be good to get off the ground and start, talking to them about what we think the outlines of the agreement could be. And it does have a lot of, they do have in the Bears Ears a lot of co-management language and planning and environmental protection and consultation. So I think this would help us get the ball rolling and get the door open to start more serious discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other part to that too is the cultural significance, being that it's close to, the enemy swim district. That was kind of our angle too that we wanted to go on, is that this place has this refuge has a real good cultural significance that's tied to us guys being there for a while. So that was the other part of it that we wanted to look at, along with all the environmental and stuff like that. And the good thing, I think, is that SWO is right there, because we have a lot of these programs established already, and we're it's just getting this in the process and then going from there and seeing where it's going to take us. And the idea is to maybe own it 100% in the future. But right now the idea is to open that door and develop that partnership and then moving forward with it. And I could see, because if you go up there, it's fenced off where your buffalo are, and then that's the only place they can go, and it's to the south. But I can see actually our buffalo roaming, around that area there. It'll open that up for that too, for us to grow our herd also. So there's a lot of advantages of doing this and taking that next step forward. So I'm really excited about it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Curtis. Anything else from leadership? Go ahead, Dallas. Did you remember?
Well, I was just waiting for end of discussion, because I'll make the motion to pass this resolution.
So moved by ME Swim. Passing the resolution presented by our legal counsel, Mark Van Noren, second by Curtis. Calling for a question. A question by Old Agency.
Yes.
I'm going to vote no. I'd just like a little more information. Thank you.
Thank you, leadership. Anything else, Mark?
Do we have more than one facility recording our meeting?
By the way, we don't pay Mark by the word.
A good thing too. Let me mention this.
We don't have more than one record of this being made, do we, Verlin? Huh? Oh, we do? Okay. And what's the second? Oh, I see. Okay, all right, okay, because you got 2 cameras, so I just wasn't aware.
Is he getting excited?
To be a famous movie star, I guess. Well, I should say this, that, we've tried to be active in Washington because there's a lot of things going on. And Dion just came out. We had a number of meetings and we had discussion on some of these items. Like at the end of the Supreme Court term, this Oklahoma versus Castro Huerta came up. And basically, I don't know, a year and a half ago, the Supreme Court decided the Creek Nation treaty case in McGirt. And they said, there was never congressional action to diminish your reservation, so we're going to say your reservation boundaries are still good. But that means that in McGirt, the Creek Nation reservation was taking in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So there were a lot of cases that were coming up, and we've had prior Supreme Court cases like Solomon v. Bartlett, where they upheld our reservation boundaries at Cheyenne River, and they said that the United States had exclusive criminal jurisdiction over felony prosecutions when it's crimes by an Indian against a non-Indian. And you would think that the reciprocal case would be true because there's a statute on point. And that's the Indian Country Crimes statute, or the General Enclave Law of the United States. And it says these national parks and these different federal reservations are subject to, federal jurisdiction and federal prosecution. And the general laws of the United States will apply. And then they say, and Indian reservations. So the Supreme Court said, well, yeah, that's true, but we're not saying Indian reservations are a federal enclave. So it doesn't have to be the same. And we're going to say that rather than let this person, Castro Huerta, off the hook for a long sentence on child abuse and neglect, that we want to extend state jurisdiction. And they go through this whole rigmarole about how states ought to have authority over all land within their reservations, within their state boundaries, including Indian reservations. And, it's just contrary to federal Indian law. So this resolution lays out some of the background of Indian law, that Indian nations and tribes are the original American sovereigns, and for thousands of years, native sovereign nations were independent sovereign nations prior to the formation of the United States. Creator gave the breath of life to the first woman and first man, and with life, liberty, and a sacred duty to Mother Earth, the Creator endowed native peoples with sovereign rights, and our rights are inalienable. Endowed with the Creator's blessing, native grandmothers and grandfathers established first independent sovereign nations to provide for the peoples and future generations of the land, America. Whereas prior to the coming of the Europeans, native sovereign nations were democracies with defined territory, tradition, custom, law, self-sufficient ways of life. The view of native nations is the future of our peoples, the children, grandchildren, unto the seventh generation, and to Mother Earth. With the Creator's blessings, no other sovereign has authority to or power to impose on native sovereign nations. When Europeans first landed on American shores, Dutch, French, English, and others sought out native sovereign nations to enter into treaty defining colonial territory and boundaries. Native nations reserved our sovereignty, self-determination on our lands as permanent homelands. At its foundation, America recognized prior Native nation rights. Under the Articles of Confederation, the Delaware, Six Nations, Confederacy, Cherokee, Wyandot, and others entered into treaties with America on a nation-to-nation basis, guaranteeing native territory, reserving self-determination and self-government. The reason why we weren't part of those early treaties is because we weren't part of the United States at that time. Whereas after the Revolutionary War, the United States established a constitution with the authority of we the people, and they have a provision excluding Indians not taxed. Chairman George Washington, Constitutional Convention, and the framers vested the United States with plenary power in the field of Indian affairs versus the states. Not over us, we're nation to nation with the United States, but as opposed to the states, the federal government had the authority to deal with Indian tribes. And that was important because they were worried about Georgia having a war with the Creek Nation. So in the Constitution, these prior treaties were ratified and recognized Indian sovereignty, and the President, with the advice and consent of the Senate, was empowered to enter into treaties, which are among the supreme law of the land. The President and Congress were vested with unequivocal war powers and power to regulate foreign commerce, interstate commerce, and commerce with Indian tribes. Excluding Indians not taxed was a recognition that Indian affairs were nation to nation managed through treaties, and Native Nation citizens were subject to Native sovereign nation jurisdiction, i.e. self-determination. The war powers included the power of peace, and Indian affairs were often managed through peace treaties. After his inauguration, Washington quickly turned to Indian affairs and reenacted the Northwest Ordinance, which was prior to the Constitution, and the President entered the 1790 treaty with the Creek Nation with the advice and consent of the Senate as a matter of national importance. And that was actually the first treaty under the Constitution, and that's actually a model for ratification of all subsequent treaties. Whereas, in 1791, the 10th Amendment was ratified and had no bearing on Indian affairs. Washington, near the beginning of the first term, declared that one of his highest priorities was Indian policy directed entirely by the great principles of justice and humanity. During his 8 years in power, Washington oversaw 7 treaties, including the Treaty of Grenville, which granted the U.S. most of present-day Ohio, but he also worked tirelessly with Secretary of War Knox to create sovereign homelands for Indians, believing that Indians were prior occupants and should be considered as foreign nations rather than subjects of the state. In 1803 Louisiana Purchase Treaty, President Thomas Jefferson adhered to Washington's outlook, honoring nation-to-nation relations with Indian nations, and promised United States promised to execute such treaties and articles as may have been agreed between Spain and the tribes and nations of Indians until, by mutual consent of the United States and said tribes or nations, other suitable articles shall have been agreed upon. Whereas more than 375 treaties with Indian nations were enacted on a nation-to-nation basis based on mutual consent. The Declaration of Independence and the Constitution's Due Process Contract Clause prohibit unilateral abrogation by the United States without the consent of Native nations. After the Civil War, America wanted peace, and the President and Congress embarked on the Indian peace policy between 1866 and 1869. President Andrew Johnson directed the Peace Commission to negotiate, and the Senate ratified 42 treaties with Indian nations, including Navajo, Shoshone, Comanche, Apache, and Sioux nations, pledging war shall forever cease, and Native nations reserve sovereignty and self-government, and absolute and undisturbed use of permanent homes, that is, Indian country. Treaties promised that should Indians become U.S. citizens, they would retain all the benefit of the treaties. And the Constitution vested the President and Congress with broad authority to manage nation-to-nation relations with Native peoples. In Castro Huerta, Oklahoma versus Castro Huerta, the Supreme Court held the federal government and the state have concurrent jurisdiction to prosecute crimes committed by non-Indians against Indians in Indian country. Respondent Victor Castro Huerta, a resident of Tulsa, was convicted by the state of Oklahoma of child neglect and sentenced to 35 years of imprisonment with the possibility of parole. After he was convicted...
Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, Dallas has a question or comment.
So I read ahead, and I just would like.
You want me to skip ahead? I'm
To
sorry.
therefore be it resolved, please.
Sorry about that. Okay, now therefore be it resolved that System Wapton Oyate calls on President Biden to issue an executive order on native sovereign nations and self-determination with the following elements. Affirmation of nation-to-nation relations with native sovereign nation as reflected in the Constitution, treaties, statutes, agreements, and executive orders. Affirmation of America's recognition of native sovereign nations' permanent homelands, establishment of a permanent White House Council with Native nations to work with Indian nations based upon nation-to-nation relations through mutual consent concerning Indian self-determination, self-government, treaties, statutes, executive orders, and agreements, Indian country and Indian lands, tribal jurisdiction, and tribal economic self-sufficiency. Preemption with contrary state taxation, regulation, and jurisdiction that would interfere with Indian sovereignty, tribal self-government, treaty rights, and the federal trust responsibility. Action is needed urgently, and the executive order should be promulgated before the next White House Council meeting. Congressional legislation can affirm essential provisions of the executive order. Be it further resolved that SWO calls on Congress to enact legislation to follow up on the executive order, to amend Public Law 280 to preempt state jurisdiction over crimes by non-Indians against Indians, to amend Public Law 280 to codify Bryan versus Itasca County, holding that states have no power to tax or regulate tribal activities on Indian lands because that is the sphere of tribal self-government, self-determination, and sovereignty. And here's this little memo that lays out these same principles.
Go ahead, Dallas.
So I'd like to make a motion to go ahead and accept this resolution.
Second.
So moved by Dallas, second by Haiba. Dion wants some more information so she can make a question.
I have a question, but I just want to say that this was really a focus for us of the visit that and in fact this is on the congressional leaders' radars. So we talked at length about this. So glad you made the motion, but this is really one of the focuses that takes care of so much of that arduous material that would have to be pushed forward, going either the congressional route, because I think they're willing, but especially with our state congressional leaders, I think this is actually a very good piece. The only question that I had for you, Mr. Van Norman, is when will we be presenting this? Are we going to go through Poway?
I think we can take this over to Great Plains and then take it to some of the other regions. And I don't think that it's a small issue. I think it's a big issue, and the Supreme Court has just gone off the rails saying that Indian reservations are not separate communities from the rest of the state. And we have in our state constitution, in the State Admissions Act, the agreement of we the people of South Dakota that they're never going to lay claim to Indian lands. And they're going to recognize that Indian affairs are under congressional jurisdiction. And that means that the United States still has to honor the treaties. And the treaties are still law, and we've brought forward our treaties as law this whole time. And so we're kind of different than the situation with the Creek Nation and McGirt, where it was maybe a little surprise to people. It's no surprise to South Dakota that these reservations are our homelands. So I feel like if we carry it forward with the other tribes and nations, we'll get support. And I feel like, President Biden is doing an executive order and has done an executive order to do whatever he can to correct the situation with abortion. And one of the other Supreme Court mishaps that happened at the end of June. So I feel like for us to ask for the executive order is a good thing. And the president, as it's lined out, has a lot of authority
in the field of Indian affairs to promote nation-to-nation relations. And that's where we're asking for that affirmation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Question by Lake Traverse. Call for vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you, leadership.
Mr. Chairman, could we ask that, can I confer with Megan, and we'll make sure we make any technical corrections that are necessary?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Let me mention this real quick, and we'll try and move on quick. Senator Schumer, Senator Wyden, Senator Booker are looking at legalizing marijuana. And one of the things that they do to promote the legalization is to say that states have authority over such matters generally, and the federal government shouldn't preempt the states, et cetera, et cetera. They don't have as much technical understanding of Indian affairs, and so they're kind of relying on the Senate Indian Affairs Committee to help them out. But we took a look at the Boxing Safety Act, and when I was at DOJ many years ago, we used to get the circulation on legislation from OMB, and Senator McCain had a bill, and it was this Boxing Safety Act. And he had all this about what the state commissions were going to do, but he didn't have anything on tribal commissions. So he said, you have to do a tribal commission. So this is kind of based off that act, that, tribes are regulatory bodies, and, the tribes have their own right to do legislation and regulate activities on the reservation. And when we did this Boxing Safety Act, it turned out to be possible for the tribes to do boxing events and really have some of the best events. Those Klitschko brothers you see over in Ukraine, fighting in Ukraine, they used to come around to Indian country and do some of their fights at some of the top Indian venues. So we're wanting to preserve tribal authority to fully regulate marijuana, on our Indian lands. And one of the things that's important is that Indian tribes are not taxable entities. We are prior nations, so we've not been subject to federal income tax. This Schumer bill looks to do kind of a wholesale tax. But if it's the tribes that are involved in the wholesale, then we should not be taxed. If it's our individual members that are doing marijuana cultivation on our Indian lands, they should not be subject to tax. We should get a tax credit when we impose a tax. The federal government should give us a tax credit for our tax, because when people come in to do commerce with us, we want to promote the tribe's right to tax, not to double up with a federal tax. That's how the IRS treats foreign taxes. If you have to pay a foreign tax, you get a full credit when you file federal tax. On the preemption of state law, here again, now that we're into this on this Castro Huerta case, everywhere we go, we're going to need to look for the affirmation of our prior rights, because even when it lays it out very clearly, in the treaties and the statutes, the Supreme Court ignored it. So we would have asked for a little preemption provision, and that's similar to what's in the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. So there's that, and that's going to be an ongoing issue. If you want, I'll bring you a resolution back to the next council meeting on this, because I think the tribe's well situated to be a leader on that. And then we had talked about an agriculture enterprise, and I don't know where you want to go with it. Maybe we want to, have more discussion with Megan and bring it back to the next time. But with the hemp regulation, with this defense appropriations provision that we got about, we can sell our products to DOD, what that helps us with is that as we produce, we can reserve our premium steaks and whatnot from the harvest of the bison for, the premium outlet, whether it's nearby reservations, your own grocery store, or whether we scale up in a consortium with other folks and sell, to Costco or somebody like that who would be interested. So this says that here's a charter, there's a charter attached, and I'm sure Megan wants to look that over. But we can think about getting, right now there's NRCS money, Natural Resource Conservation Service money for greenhouses. So we could set up greenhouses that'll raise your fresh fruit and vegetables, and you'll be promoting your healthcare and everything. And there's a lot of USDA grants for that. So it'd be helpful to have an entity, and I think you want to figure out exactly, what you want to do with the entity. But I think it'd be okay to have like a 6-person board and have the council, appoint the representatives, and then, maybe have an ex officio member from the council. I don't know how you work that. But there's a lot of resources. There's a lot of resources right now for ag, and ag is a good place to get into because as you do your ag activities, you can recover land. Mr. Chairman.
Oh, sorry about that. I was reading
Thank
this.
you.
Go ahead.
This is really kind of exciting. I like this stuff. But this is something we don't need to decide today, correct?
We don't need to. Why don't we bring it back to the next council
Right.
session, and Megan and I can discuss it more.
Good. And because this is I'm talking about this with others and stuff, and I just want to for sure make sure the district members have seen it or get some more info to them or whatever. But anyway, thank you.
Okay, welcome. And, there's a good opportunity for the districts to get involved and for the corporation to facilitate, marketing and sales. So there's that, and we'll bring that back around next time. This is the summary from NCI on the Inflation Reduction Act. And we didn't get as much money as we might hope for. There was a lot more money in the bill when President Biden had the pen as opposed to Senator Manchin. They don't have any Indian tribes in West Virginia anymore, I guess. But here's some of the tribal specific funding. $220 million for tribal climate resilience and adaptation at the Bureau of Indian Affairs. $145 million for tribal electrification programs. $75 million for tribal energy loan guarantee programs. $12.5 million for emergency drought. $10 million for BIA fish hatchery operations and maintenance programs, and $5 million for admin. So that means Interior is going to hang on to that $5 million for admin. But I think this is workable for us as we think about Wabe, as we think about agriculture, as we think about recovering lands. We did have Noi Kalipi come out from Progression Energy in May, and she sent back an NDA a non-disclosure agreement, which was kind of standard. And then she offered at the expense of their company to look for places where we could use green energy to power our own facilities as a step towards ramping up, a bigger project that might help with some recovery of lands. Because I think we all see as we drive up here that, if you're coming from Watertown, you see all the wind turbines, and then they cut off just before the res. So with some of this electrification money and some of this grid improvement money, we may be able to bridge that gap and get some of that going. And I'm going to think that some of these energy and ag projects, if they're coupled, can pay for the cost of land recovery. So if we want to, Noi Kalipi is a longtime friend and colleague of mine. She's been in Native Hawaiian and legal affairs for 30 years. She was an Army captain, and so she was a judge advocate general as an Army captain. She's a Native Hawaiian. She lives in Hilo, Hawaii. They're through their energy company, their Progression Energy, they're doing the big offshore wind turbines in Hawaii and Japan. So she's a very credible person. She was the staff director for the Veterans Affairs Committee. And I think if we want her to come out here and do that, if you guys wanted to make a motion, maybe to come out here and, do an NDA with her and have her do a initial analysis of where there might be some cost savings and some energy benefits. She'll do it at her expense from Progression Energy. And then this last document is just the NCI kind of breakdown on the different programs. So that's what I got for you.
Okay, Mark, I appreciate your time. I know you brought a lot of information for us. Appreciate what you do for us in DC, opening up those doors and making those contacts for us so we can meet our congressionals, so we can move forward with our community needs. With that, anything else from leadership for Mark? Oh, Susie has a question. Forgot about this.
Do you remember a while back, we were visiting in a council suite, you and your wife, Shannon?
Uh-huh.
We discussed that water quantification here on our reservation. And OEP was going to go on record and make a motion to ask for that to be done on our reservation, but Shannon stated that it would be better to go through another resource to try and get improvement for our water and our sewer system on our reservation. Can we work on something on getting that done and improve water and sewer system here on a reservation?
Yeah. So if we could get a motion to on the green energy to work with Noi, she'll come in and she'll do that at her expense. So I could use a motion on that to move forward on that. I'm sorry, but I do have something on this water. And I've been talking to Matt, and I've been talking to Sam Wilkie. And let's see, Sam just sent me a note on this, on the water. And Shannon is looking forward to getting going, and we had to get the contract situated. So it changed a little bit. But here's the thing on the water, okay? The BIA with the Adult Detention Center, and this is coming from Sam and Matt as well, the BIA on the Adult Detention Center should pay its way for water. And one of the things that has become clear through your architect efforts is that there's not sufficient water for the BIA detention center for fire suppression. Now you cannot, I know Louis knows this, you can't get your certificate of occupancy if you don't have fire protection. So I think we should be asking the Bureau for $2 million for a water tower, sanitation, and fire suppression. Because I think that the adult detention center should pay its own way in your water system. And when you have your water system already challenged with your housing, with your other institutions, why is the BIA going to bring in a facility that's not going to pay its own way? So I think we should be asking them for the environmental support, and the facilities division at Interior has separate money for environmental support. USDA, we should be asking them for a community water upgrade, and could be a tower, pipelines, and wastewater management, because I think you want to get away from those that are over by the college. And then we need to talk to the IHS about upgrades for the deficient community water system, because the population has grown so much over a period of time while the IHS has had no money. Now they, through the bipartisan infrastructure, they had $7 billion for over 5 years for, $700 million a year, 3.5 billion over 5 years. So they're already into the first 700 million, but they're going to be coming right into the next 700 million. They want to know what is deficient in the existing system, and we can be, in a dialogue with them. And overall, you're looking at maybe 10 million. So if we could get a couple million from the Bureau and a couple million from USDA, then we could look for, an additional 7 million from IHS. And if we do this right now, the USDA has fiscal year money, and they're intending to do a project with the major tribes in the region, and they kind of think that we're going to come in for $2 million a year. If we don't get this done by the end of the month, with pulling all of our efforts together with Sam and Matt, that $2 million is going to go away for this fiscal year at USDA. So I think if we could get a motion to say, pursue BIA for water for the detention facility, pursue USDA for water, generally for $2 million under their program. That's what they're looking for, and look for maybe $7 million for the coming year for the water and wastewater treatment here from the IHS. If you want to say 10 million, we could say 10 million. But if we had a motion for that, then we could move forward with that, Susie, and that will get us off the ground a little bit and improving our system and get us into the water rights protection and the water resource development.
Okay, I can go ahead and make that motion if you help me with that wording.
Okay.
Motion on the floor, but I'm going to make sure you get the wording to our recording secretary.
Okay.
But when you get that wording, when you're working on the wording, I'm going to call upon Gypsy has her hand raised.
I can add, okay. I was just wondering, we had a water study done, right? We already have all of that, so we know what our needs and everything are already.
And Sam was looking through your water study.
Oh, yeah.
And that's when he sent me, this background information, and we talked about, funding sources.
Right.
So it's intending to take the information that's already been done from the water system.
Excellent. I want to second that motion.
Second by Haiba. Calling for question by Curtis.
let me send you a little note here, and it's $2 million from the BIA for the adult detention, and $2 million from USDA for community water development, and $10 million from IHS to address the deficient water and sanitation and wastewater system. So we're looking for like 1, 2, 3 sources of funding, because you know, the BIA should pay its way on the detention center. So let's say motion to address water system needs and deficiencies.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, members of council. And if that's all for you, Mark?
Yes, thank you.
We're going to wrap up our agenda. I know our Megan has something, unless you want me to keep going, Louis. Motion to approve Mark Van Norman's report, or legal. Oh, sorry about that. Hypa, you have another question?
Well, I'll make the motion to approve legal's report, and then after that I have a question.
Motion to approve Mark Van Norman's report made by Hypa. Is there a second? Second by Susie. Question by Dallas.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, leadership. Hypa, I just want to make sure when I turn it over to Megan, I would like to have all council present. Go ahead, Hypa, floor is yours.
Thank you. So I passed out earlier a request for a donation for a march for the missing, murdered Indigenous, for, you know, a justice for Kendra. Is that something the execs can donate towards? That thing I handed out?
You gave it over to my office?
Okay, alrighty. That's why I didn't have to do a motion, you guys can do that. Okay, awesome, thank you. That's all I had.
Thanks, Hypa. Kakiza Haska, Bade Hadakia, I need them available for Megan. Go ahead, Megan, floor is yours. This one.
Okay, Tribal Council, I did have one other issue in my report that I didn't bring up. Previously, as you know, there was a request by consultant Manville and Company to request additional payments. I did send an email explaining and providing documentation to the Tribal Council. I just, if there's anything that I need to do additional on that, just some direction, or if that's just to get it off my plate, if we need to do anything further.
Don't see anything, Megan, so just continue on.
Okay. In addition to that, I see that Steve Gunn is still here. Is he still available? In regards to the $500 payment to students.
Yeah, council, I talked with Steve, and that's why I was in and out of the office. I was trying to get this, and, you know, we're having trouble trying to, we won't be able to do this with program support if we're gonna do 500. But we can do it out of our revenue loss. If you guys want to do it out of revenue loss, that's what I believe the motion or the thing says that Steve gave us, is to have it go through revenue loss. And then there's a application that they'll sign out, and we'll just administer it like we did our 2,000.
Okay.
Mhm. And I will try and have that ready for Monday morning when we open the application. Yeah.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah. So if you guys, whatever you guys are gonna match, you guys can go ahead and do that. It's just that we gotta give it through our side.
Thank you.
Okay, and then I had one last issue, and that's,
Oh, we need a motion for that though too, right?
Oh, yeah,
For that school closed money. Steve did send it.
no.
Mr. Gunn, you available? I seen your light go on and go off. I've been asking.
I am here. Are you able
All
to hear
right,
me?
Mr. Gunn, thank you for your time.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you and see you.
Okay,
You got Curtis's shirt on.
I do? Okay. I'll wash it before I give it back.
He's gonna watch it before he gives it back. Yeah, he's been hanging around us.
I see that native humor coming out.
All right, we're going to be ready to make a motion. Mr. Gunn, I appreciate you working with the vice chair on this issue.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gunn, I just said that we were trying to use ARPA, but it's just too wishy-washy to try and get it in the guidelines. So we haven't used the revenue loss for anything yet, and that's what I'm recommending.
Yeah, and to be clear, that is a form of ARPA money, of course. And I think what you're saying is we're trying to fit it under the public health and negative economic impacts eligible use category as
Correct.
much as possible. And so that is why we have an application form, which is, you have that, it's called Appendix A, and it has, I think, 3 questions on there that will help you make an argument that it should go under public health or negative economic impacts. But as I set out in the legal memo, these are just arguments, and because there's no guarantee Treasury will accept those arguments, you do need to be prepared to fund the full 1.5 under revenue loss, and so you should track your revenue loss and make sure that you have that available. I believe that you do, but obviously you need to check that with your financial.
Yeah, I checked with that, Steve.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Gunn. Mr. Vice Chair, go ahead. Emily Swim, floor is yours.
This one's just for anyone who can answer at this point, but I was just glancing through it quick. So is it just going to be 500, or are we still doing the 1 and 4? Okay, I just want to double check. Thank you. So I was reading the motion, it said 100 for the 3 to 4 year olds and then 400 for the K through 12. So that's what I mean. If we're just doing the 5, I just wanted to clarify that.
I don't think we separated that, did we, Steve?
No, I was told 500
Yeah.
for any student who's enrolled in preschool.
And I think we won't be able to have
Elementary
that
school.
stipulation just because it's the guidelines. Yeah.
It just says 500 for. I don't know if
Yeah,
you guys are.
500 just across the board.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Across the board.
Are you able to hear me at all?
Yeah, barely.
Oh, sorry about
got that. Is this any better?
There you go.
Okay, good. Yeah, I think it's 500 for any student who's enrolled in preschool, elementary school, or secondary school. That's high school. That's the way it's written.
All right, leaders. Kakiza Haska threw his spear down, making the motion. Is there a second? Second by Tokanawa.
Question.
Question by Haipa.
What was the lowest one, Steve? Or here, I'll just send this resolution to you. Yeah. So, Steve, can you tell us the categories again?
It's 500 for any child who's enrolled in preschool, elementary school, or secondary school.
That work? Yeah, preschool would be Head Start, wouldn't it? Okay.
Motion made. Is there a second? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. Mr. Vice Chair, as leadership heard, Mr. Vice Chair should start working on them on Monday.
Yay.
Application in there too, Steve?
It is. It's called Appendix A. It's a separate PDF file on that email.
Oh, okay. So we might be able to just, I won't say anything right now, but I'll talk to council after.
Yeah, you got it. You got a draft application right there. And
All right.
It's about a page and a half, but it's supposed to be really easy to fill out. And I think it's also, it could be easily uploaded to an online format so people can fill that out online.
Yeah, I think we're going to throw it on our system that we got here.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Gunn, for helping us with the process, and Mr. Vice Chair. Go ahead, Megan. The floor is back to you.
Thanks, Tribal Chairman. I do have one last issue. As previously discussed, I provided Tribal Council with a draft resolution. I'd like to go in an executive session to discuss that before passing that.
Motion to go in exec per legal counsel's request made by Della Sohan. Second by Oladensi. Calling for a question. Question by Susie.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, leadership. Mark, you gonna head out now?
Today? Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Back to our legal. Megan?
So how does that work, now, that they send all those rosters to you, they're just gonna have to just.
They don't need nothing, no. Yeah. Everybody will have to do the last meeting.
Yeah.
Megan?
Okay, Tribal Council pursuant to motion made on August 9th, I'm requesting a motion to pass resolution setting forth written statement of charges against Tribal Secretary Myrna Thompson in resolution form, asking that the Tribal Council approve and adopt resolution which sets forth the Tribal Council's formal determination on the written statement of charges against Tribal Secretary, and to have that be served on the Secretary.
So moved by Emmy Swim. Is there a second? Second by Old Agency.
Question.
Question by Haipa.
I'm done. Just vote count, right? Who made the motion?
Legal, can you repeat the?
No, I got the resolution.
Oh.
I did.
Emmy Swim.
Second.
Old Agency, then question by Haipa.
Janice Cohen? Yes. David Amos? Abstain. Louis Johnson? No. Leon Crawford? Yes. Curtis Bissonnette?
No.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman?
Abstain.
Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council. Going on. That concludes our agenda.
Motion to adjourn.
So, oh, Sonny, you're sorry about that. What was this? The home repair? There was a resolution.
I withdraw that motion.
Council, I just to let you know, I know you guys approved the small business plan and you're gonna be approving this, but it's just the beginning because we're still gonna need policies and procedures from the people that are implementing these programs.
And I think that the motion that Steve wanted was that the policy and procedures, once they were worked out with Eric and Ross and Mr. Gunn, that the executives could approve that. The resolution's done, the application's done, but the application, they want to make sure exists with the policies and procedures that are created by the housing that will be implementing the program.
Go ahead, Chris.
So wouldn't it make more sense then to hold off on this resolution until everything's done? That way, they're gonna start asking, well, when's it gonna be done? I thought you guys approved that.
Now we can actually get it going because they are already working on the policies and procedures. Now but we also need to, because we have a number for the budget now in stone. So what was it for that? 2 million?
Mm-hmm.
2 million for that, and so then they will submit a budget for you guys to approve.
This also just helps us get the application. We have an application with this because we're administering it. So that application needs to start getting to these people that already filled out the application with housing.
I still got the floor, Mr. Chairman. So, the other thing we never even decided either was that if we were going to use IHS service area, or we were going to stay within the boundaries of our tribe. That was the other question that was unanswered. I know we went rounds about that twice, still never got. So that's another
From the
issue.
directive that I understand with the meetings, that's what they are doing, right? But they did list the ones that are out of the service area? Yeah. If council's okay, yeah. No, they just took all the applications, and just depending on council's decision, if it's all of them, they'll just leave it, but they do have the ones that are out of the service area highlighted.
Okay. So do we still need to make that determination? Well, I think we can just make consensus right now. Okay. We're gonna have to pass the policies and procedures yet. Okay. Oh, we motion to pass the resolution. The plan. The housing plan. Yes.
That's Steve sent.
Resolution.
So moved by Curtis, second by Dion. Question going over to Gypsy.
A question, but I really had a question is, did Steve email all of that to us?
Yep.
Okay, that's all, thanks.
Question by Haipa. Dion.
I do have one question. Are we going to include that the executives approve the policy and procedure? You're accepting the resolutions with giving the executives authority to approve the policy and procedures once it's finalized.
I think we've already established a process, so when it goes to the executive committee, then it comes here for final approval. I think we should stick with that. That's just my opinion. We've done it with the ARPA district plans and everything else. I think it's just formality. I think, yeah, you guys can approve the policies and procedures at the executive level and with the housing. And then we should be able to approve that final though. Tribal Council. Yes.
And the reason I'm saying that, because at 2 million, because there's going to be administrative costs in there, and that's why I was saying, because we're going to have to determine that in our roundtable on the on and off reservation.
So we already have allocated administrative costs within the ARPA funding itself. So how come we can't use that? Okay, all right. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. So since we allocated the 2 million for that home repair, and that's going to be what, 10,000 per individual per house. Why don't we up that cost then to compensate and keep the 2 million as it is, and then just add to it for your administration costs? Yeah.
You can have that conversation when you approve the budget. I mean, prior, you can have that roundtable in the back and discuss that. This is your pilot program to start a construction, basically, business with an organization within your structure of your community. So this is,
So when we bring the policies and stuff, can we have that number for that administration cost too? Okay.
The motion maker had all this time to ask those questions and get clarified before you made that motion, huh? Oh, okay. Call for vote, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Leadership. Motion to adjourn by Haipa. Second by Mr. Vice Chair.